More than 160 people sit on Alabama's death row waiting to be executed. Let's begin with a man named William Bush. He got the death penalty for the July 26, 1981 capital murder of Larry Dominguez, a convenience store cashier in Montgomery. Bush and an accomplice, Edward Pringle, entered the Magic Mart on Carter Hill Road at approximately 3:05 a.m. During the robbery, Bush forced a witness and the cashier, Larry Dominguez, to the back of the store. When Dominguez opened the bathroom door, Bush shot both men. As Dominguez stumbled out of the bathroom, Bush shot him again in the face to ensure there were no witnesses. He later confessed to shooting a third person, Thomas Adams, at a nearby 7-Eleven store during a separate robbery that same night. As of May 2024, Bush is one of 30 inmates still on Alabama's death row, specifically because a judge overruled the jury's life recommendation. This next case involves a man named Harry Nix. Nix is on death row for the March 5, 1983 capital murder of Robert Back during an armed robbery at a pawn shop in Bessemer. Nix entered the pawn shop and ordered the owner, Robert Back, and the female employee, Deborah Lynn Love, to lie on the floor. He shot both victims in the back of the head from a distance of only a few inches. He stole some money during the incident. After his arrest, Nix was initially found incompetent by the Alabama Competency Review Board and received treatment before he was eventually deemed fit to stand trial. Another inmate currently waiting on Alabama's death row is Michael Anthony Sockwell. Sockwell was sentenced to death in 1990 for the March 10, 1988 capital murder of Isaiah Harris, a Montgomery County Sheriff's deputy. The murder was described as a murder for hire plot orchestrated by Harris's wife. Deputy Harris was shot in the face while driving to work late at night. Prosecutors alleged that Harris's wife wanted to cover up an affair and collect her husband's insurance money. Sockwell was reportedly paid only $100 by a middleman to carry out the killing. His case is notable for two major legal controversies. In 1990, the jury actually recommended a sentence of life without parole by a 7-5 vote. However, the trial judge used judicial override, a practice Alabama abolished in 2017, to impose the death penalty instead. In July 2025, a federal appeals court vacated Sockwell's conviction and death sentence, ruling that the original prosecution had engaged in unconstitutional race discrimination during jury selection. Prosecutors had used strikes to remove 80% of qualified black prospective jurors. As of March 2026, the U.S. Supreme Court has declined to review the state's appeal, officially paving the way for a new trial. A federal judge has ordered the state to either initiate a retrial by March 18, 2026, or release Sockwell from prison. The Montgomery County District Attorney's Office has indicated it intends to retry the case. Another inmate we need to talk about is Charles Randall Stewart. Stewart was sentenced to death in 1990 for the July 16, 1989 capital murder of his ex-wife Betty Sue Lang in Talladega County, Alabama. He broke into his ex-wife's home and murdered her in front of their 6-year-old son. He was initially convicted on 6 counts of capital murder. These charges were elevated to capital status because the murder occurred during both a burglary and a kidnapping. The court found that Stewart had a prior felony conviction involving the use or threat of violence, which, along with the burglary and kidnapping, served as aggravating factors for the death penalty. During the original trial, the jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, which the trial judge accepted. The Alabama Supreme Court later vacated his sentence due to improper jury instructions regarding how to weigh aggravating and mitigating circumstances. However, after a second penalty phase hearing, he was again sentenced to death. As of March 2026, Stewart remains on death row and he is now 72 years old. His case is currently part of a legal push by the Alabama Attorney General to resolve decades-old capital murder cases that have been delayed by pending federal habeas petitions. Mark Allen Jenkins. Jenkins was sentenced to death in 1991 for the April 18, 1989 capital murder of Tammy Hoagland, a 24-year-old waitress from Birmingham. According to court records, the murder also included kidnapping and robbery. Hoagland was last seen leaving her job at the 10th Avenue omelette shop in Birmingham with Jenkins. Witnesses later saw Jenkins with a woman who appeared passed out in his car. Her nude body was found 3 days later on the side of a highway in St. Clair County. An autopsy determined that Hoagland died from manual strangulation. Several items of jewelry that Hoagland habitually wore were missing when her body was recovered. Jenkins was convicted in March 1991 on 2 counts of capital murder, murder during a robbery and murder during a kidnapping. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, which the trial judge followed. A major component of his appeals has centered on his IQ of 76. His lawyers argued that he is intellectually disabled and therefore ineligible for execution under the Eighth Amendment. In 2019, a federal appeals court upheld his sentence, noting that childhood tests measured his IQ in the 80s and that the lower court did not err in finding him eligible for the death penalty. As of March 2026, Jenkins remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. In May 2021, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear his final petition, meaning that there are currently no legal impediments preventing the state from setting an execution date. Next on Alabama's death row is Jeffrey Day Reber. Reber was sentenced to death in 1992 for the October 9, 1990 capital murder of Glenda Phillips Craig, a convenience store clerk in Huntsville, Alabama. The murder occurred during a robbery at the Mobile Mart in Winchester Road. Video surveillance from the store showed the man entering at approximately 7:55 p.m. and walking to the counter. He shot the 25-year-old cashier, Glenda Craig, twice. After Craig fell on the floor, the man reached over the counter and stole $500 from the cash register before shooting the wounded clerk again. Craig was still alive when found behind the counter, but she died from her injuries shortly after. Reber was identified by a customer who saw him in the store earlier that day and recognized him from high school. Jeffrey Day Reber remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. There are currently no legal impediments for the state to set an execution date. Another inmate currently waiting on Alabama's death row is Harvey Lee Windsor. Windsor was sentenced to death in 1992 for the February 25, 1988 capital murder of Rayford Howard, a 59-year-old convenience store owner in St. Clair County, Alabama. Howard was found dead in his store after being shot twice in the chest with a sawed-off shotgun. Money was stolen from the store's cash register and the victim's pockets were emptied. Windsor committed the crime with an accomplice, Colin Laven Guthrie. Witnesses reported seeing one of the men casing the store while eating ice cream shortly before the shooting. Evidence at trial suggested that Windsor and Guthrie were involved in robbing 2 convenience stores that same day, with the owner of the second store also being fatally shot. Windsor was convicted on June 8, 1992, and officially sentenced on June 12. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, a recommendation the trial court followed. Recent legal battles have focused on a 1985 motorcycle accident in which Windsor suffered a head injury. His lawyers argued that trial counsel was ineffective for failing to present this injury as mitigating evidence regarding his mental health and personality. Windsor has continued to file petitions with the U.S. Supreme Court, most recently challenging the termination of discovery regarding his head injury. Next, we have the case of Michael Shannon Taylor. Taylor was sentenced to death in 1993 for the brutal November 4, 1991 capital murders of an elderly couple, Ivan Ernest Moore, 83, and Lucille Moore, 79, in Gadsden, Alabama. Taylor, who was just 19 years old at the time and absent without leave from the Navy, targeted the Moores because he had previously cut their grass and knew them. Taylor arrived at their home with a duffel bag containing a metal barbell. He talked his way inside by asking to use the phone, and Mr. Moore even provided him with water and a donut. While Mr. Moore was in the kitchen, Taylor struck him repeatedly in the head with that metal barbell. When Mrs. Moore came to help her husband, Taylor attacked her as well. The Moores suffered severe blunt force trauma. Mr. Moore was struck approximately 17 times and Mrs. Moore at least 10 times. After the beatings, Taylor stole Mr. Moore's wallet, Mrs. Moore's purse, and their Cadillac. He forged and cashed a check for $500 before being arrested 5 days later in Birmingham. Taylor was convicted on April 14, 1993, on 3 counts of capital murder, murder during a robbery, and the murder of 2 or more people. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, which the trial judge officially imposed on May 5, 1993. The court cited the especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel nature of the crimes as a primary reason for the death sentence. Taylor's legal team, which included Equal Justice Initiative founder Brian Stevenson, raised numerous issues over the years, including claims of racial discrimination in jury selection and improper jury instructions on reasonable doubt. As of March 2026, Michael Shannon Taylor remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. While he has exhausted many of his standard appeals, he currently has no scheduled execution date. Wayne Holman Travis. Travis was sentenced to death in 1993 for the brutal December 14, 1991 capital murder of Clarine Haskew, a 69-year-old retired schoolteacher and widow. Travis and an accomplice, Stephen Wayne Hall, broke into Haskew's home located approximately 1 mile from Travis's parents' house. Trial testimony revealed that Haskew was beaten, strangled, and shot in the head twice. An autopsy also confirmed she died from a combination of blunt force injuries and gunshot wounds. After the murder, the pair stole Haskew's 1982 Ford LTD, silverware, and a gun. They were seen hiding the car behind a camper early the next morning. Following a manhunt, deputies used tracking dogs to find the suspects in a wooded area. A gunfight ensued, and both Travis and Hall were wounded before being taken into custody. Keys to the victim's car and bullets matching the murder weapon were found in Travis's possession. Travis was convicted of capital murder committed during a first-degree burglary. The jury recommended the death penalty by an 11-to-1 vote, a recommendation the trial judge accepted in 1993. His case has seen decades of litigation, including a challenge regarding pretrial publicity and racial discrimination in jury selection. Unlike Travis, his co-defendant Stephen Wayne Hall was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Travis has also raised claims regarding ineffective assistance of counsel during his penalty phase, arguing that his legal team failed to properly present mitigating evidence. As of March 2026, Travis remains on Alabama's death row. Christopher Barber. He was sentenced to death in 1994 for the November 6, 1992 capital murder of Thelma Robertson in Montgomery, Alabama. According to court records, the murder occurred during a home invasion. He broke into the 73-year-old victim's home. Once inside, he essayed and stabbed her to death. To conceal the crime, he set fire to the victim's bed while her body was still on it. Barber originally confessed to the crime, providing details about the break-in and the murder. However, he later recanted, claiming the confession was coerced by police. Barber was convicted of murder committed during a burglary, essay, and arson. In 1994, the jury recommended a sentence of life without parole by a 10-to-2 vote. The trial judge overruled the jury's recommendation and sentenced him to death, citing the especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel nature of the crime. For over 20 years, Barber has maintained his innocence. His legal team, including the Innocence Project, has argued that DNA evidence found at the scene, which did not match Barber, points to another man who lived in the neighborhood. In 2021, the Alabama Supreme Court denied Barber's request for a new trial based on this DNA evidence, ruling that the evidence was not newly discovered under state procedural rules because it could have been discovered earlier. As of March 2026, he remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. He is one of the inmates whose sentence is still active despite the 2017 abolition of judicial override, as the law was not made retroactive. Alonzo Liddell Burgess. He was sentenced to death in 1994 for the January 1993 capital murders of his girlfriend, Shelia Nodimale, 31, and two of her children, Latoria Long, 14, and Alexis Nodimale, 8, in Colbert County, Alabama. Burgess beat all three victims to death using a bumper jack assembly post. One of the children, Latoria, was also strangled with a ligature. Burgess also attempted to murder a third child, 2-year-old Larico Long, who survived the assault. Evidence at trial suggested a pattern of abuse driven by Burgess's crack cocaine habit and his dependency on Nodimale for money, which she was in the process of terminating right before her death. In March 1994, the jury recommended a sentence of life without parole by an 8-to-4 vote. However, the trial judge overrode the jury's recommendation and sentenced Burgess to death, citing his total and complete disregard for the value of human life. A significant portion of his appeals was based on his mental capacity. In 2013, a federal appeals court granted him a hearing to present evidence of intellectual disability, noting his history of special education and IQ scores as low as the bottom 3% to 4% nationally. The court also considered a prior felony conviction involving threats of violence toward a child as an aggravating circumstance. Next on the list is Willie Burgess. He was sentenced to death in 1994 for the January 26, 1993 capital murder of Louise Crowe, the owner of the Decatur Bait and Tackle Shop in Morgan County, Alabama. Burgess rode his bicycle to the shop with the intent to steal. After an initial dialogue with Louise Crowe, he left, changed clothes, and then returned. He pulled out a .25 caliber semi-automatic pistol, demanded money, and ordered Crowe into the shop's bathroom. Once she was inside, he shot her in the face at close range. Following the murder, he stole the victim's car and cash, using the vehicle to pick up his girlfriend and her child. He was arrested later that day en route to Huntsville in possession of the victim's car and the murder weapon. The jury recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote. As of March 2025, the state has filed a brief in opposition to his petition to a writ of certiorari with the U.S. Supreme Court, which argued that his counsel failed to present expert testimony regarding an accidental shooting theory. It is important not to confuse him with Roy Burgess Jr., which is his cousin, who was also convicted of a 1993 capital murder in Morgan County. Roy Burgess Jr. was a juvenile at the time of his crime, and, following the U.S. Supreme Court rulings on juvenile sentencing, he was recently sentenced to life without parole in September 2024. Willie Burgess remains on death row. Another inmate we have to talk about is Jimmy Lee Davis. He was sentenced to death in 1994 for the March 17, 1993 capital murder of Johnny Hazel, a gas station attendant in Anniston, Alabama. According to court records, the murder happened during an attempted robbery at the Direct Oil service station. Davis, along with two accomplices, Alfonso and Terrence Phillips, planned to rob that station. Davis was identified as the leader and principal actor who recruited the others. During the robbery attempt, Davis pulled out a gun and demanded money. When Hazel laughed nervously, Davis shot him twice, once in the chest and once in the lower back. The group fled the scene without taking any money. Hazel died from his injuries shortly after the shooting. In December 1993, a jury convicted Davis of murder committed during a first-degree robbery. The jury recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote. Judge Malcolm Street Jr. followed the jury's recommendation and officially sentenced Davis to death on March 4, 1994. For decades, appeals have centered on claims that his trial attorneys were ineffective for failing to investigate and present mitigating evidence of his childhood abuse and neglect. In October 2024, a federal appeals court upheld his death sentence, ruling that while his attorney's performance may have been flawed, it did not prejudice the outcome enough to warrant a new sentencing under federal law. Jimmy Lee Davis remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His most recent petition for a rehearing was denied by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in February 2026, clearing a major hurdle for the state to eventually set an execution date. Larry Donald George. George was sentenced to death in 1994 for the February 12, 1988 capital murders of Janice Morris and Ralph Swain and the attempted murder of his wife Geraldine George in Talladega County, Alabama. After his wife fled to a neighbor's apartment following a domestic dispute, George chased her with a World War II German Luger. He entered the apartment and shot Janice Morris and Ralph Swain, killing both. He then shot his wife Geraldine, leaving her permanently paralyzed from the waist down. Following the murders, George fled and lived as a survivalist in the woods for 6 years. He was featured on both America's Most Wanted and Unsolved Mysteries. He was finally captured in April 1994 in Wilmington, Delaware, where he was found living in a campsite by the Christina River. George was convicted on 2 counts of capital murder, murder during a burglary, and the murder of 2 or more people, and 1 count of attempted murder. In November that same year, the jury recommended a death sentence by a 10-2 vote, which the trial court accepted. The court cited that the murders were committed during the commission of a burglary as the primary aggravating circumstance. In 1996, an appeals court briefly ordered a new sentencing hearing due to concerns over video evidence of his living conditions in the woods. However, the Alabama Supreme Court reversed this and reinstated the death penalty in 1997. George has since filed multiple petitions for post-conviction relief, raising claims of ineffective assistance of counsel and mental health issues, all of which have been denied by Alabama courts. As of March 2026, Larry Donald George remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His wife Geraldine, who was the star witness at his trial, passed away in December 2020. Roy Edward Perkins. Perkins was sentenced to death in 1994 for the August 9, 1990 capital murder of Kathy Gilliam in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. According to court records, the murder occurred during a kidnapping. Perkins arrived at the residence of Kathy Gilliam while she was home with her daughter. He kidnapped the woman at gunpoint while her daughter watched, and then he drove away in a gray pickup truck. Approximately 1 hour later, Gilliam appeared at a nearby residence seeking help, stating she had been shot and she was dying. She provided descriptions of the suspect and his vehicle to a state trooper before passing away on the way to the hospital. At trial, Perkins stipulated that he caused Gilliam's death with a Magnum pistol. Investigators found his driver's license and Gilliam's blood in the abandoned truck he had been driving. The jury recommended a death sentence by a 10-2 vote, a recommendation the trial judge accepted in 1994. A major part of his appeals involved the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling in Atkins v. Virginia, which prohibits the execution of individuals with intellectual disabilities. Perkins's lawyers argued he had mental retardation, but the Alabama Supreme Court rejected these arguments in 2002, finding that he did not meet the state's criteria for the condition. His appeals have also addressed claims of ineffective assistance of counsel, juror misconduct, and the alleged use of false testimony. David Lee Roberts. Roberts was sentenced to death in 1994 for the April 22, 1992 capital murder of Anitra Jones in Marion County, Alabama. The murder occurred while Roberts was a house guest at the home of the victim's boyfriend. While Anitra Jones was sleeping on a couch, Roberts stole money from her wallet and shot her 3 times in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. After the shooting, Roberts poured flammable liquid on Jones's body and set her and the couch on fire to conceal the crime. He also started a second fire in another part of the house. Roberts initially confessed to the crime, though he later claimed the shooting was done under duress from his host. As of early 2026, David Lee Roberts remains on Alabama's death row, but his execution is currently stayed. In July 2025, a judge issued a stay of execution scheduled for August 21, 2025, due to concerns over Roberts' mental competency. Roberts has been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and has reportedly experienced severe hallucinations and delusions, including hearing voices. The state is currently awaiting a comprehensive psychiatric report from the Alabama Department of Mental Health to determine if he has a rational understanding of his execution. Bobby Baker Jr. He was sentenced to death for the April 5, 1994 capital murder of his estranged wife Tracy Baker in Dothan, Alabama. Baker went to the home of a friend where Tracy was staying and fired an SKS assault rifle through the front door to gain entry. Once inside, he found Tracy hiding in a room and he forced her into his car at gunpoint. While Tracy sat in the back seat, Baker shot her 4 or 5 times, including a final shot into the car that he claimed was only intended to scare her. Her body was found in the vehicle a short while later. Trial evidence detailed at least 7 prior incidents where Baker had assaulted, harassed, or held his wife against her will. As of March 2026, Bobby Baker Jr. remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His final major appeal was denied by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2012, which cleared the way for the state to eventually seek an execution date. Eugene Milton Clemens. Clemens was sentenced to death in 1995 for the May 28, 1992 capital murder of George Douglas Althouse, a DEA special agent in Shelby County, Alabama. The murder occurred during a violent carjacking at a service station. Agent Althouse was sitting in the passenger seat of a Chevrolet Camaro when Clemens, armed with a revolver, approached the vehicle and climbed into the driver's seat. Althouse reached for his weapon, but Clemens shot him twice, fatally wounding him. Clemens then fled the scene in the stolen vehicle. Trial testimony revealed that an accomplice, Dedrick Smith, needed a new engine for his own Camaro. Clemens and his associates had been driving around looking for a similar car to steal for parts. He was captured by FBI agents in Cleveland, Ohio on June 6, 1992. Clemens was tried both in federal and state courts for the same crime. In April 1993, a federal court convicted him of murdering a federal agent and sentenced him to life in prison without parole. Seeking a death sentence, the state of Alabama pursued its own charges. In September 1994, a Shelby County jury convicted him of capital murder committed during a robbery. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, which the trial court officially imposed on October 11, 1994. He was sentenced in 1995 for record purposes following standard appeals. Clemens has spent decades arguing that he is intellectually disabled and thus ineligible for execution. His IQ scores have ranged from 51 to 84, with courts repeatedly ruling he failed to prove significant deficits. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to review his case in June 2021. There are currently no legal impediments preventing the state from setting an execution date. Robert Sean Ingram. Ingram was sentenced to death in 1995 for the July 31, 1993 capital murder of Gregory New York Hughley in Talladega County, Alabama. According to court records, the murder was a retaliatory act over a small drug debt. Ingram, along with three accomplices, Anthony Boyd, Marcel Ackles, and Quinte Cox, kidnapped Hughley at gunpoint from a street in Anniston. The group targeted Hughley because he allegedly failed to pay a $200 debt for crack cocaine. Hughley was driven to a rural ballpark in Munford where he was taped to a bench. Ingram was identified as a principal actor who poured gasoline on Hughley and lit him on fire while he was still alive and pleading for his life. The court found the murder to be especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel due to the fact that the victim was burned alive. Early in the case, Ingram reached a plea deal for life imprisonment in exchange for testifying against his co-defendants. However, influenced by his accomplices, he later refused to testify, leading the state to void the deal and seek the death penalty. His co-defendant, Anthony Boyd, was executed in October 2025. Another accomplice, Marcel Ackles, is serving life without parole, while Quinte Cox received a parole-eligible life sentence for testifying. Corey Sherrod Smith. Smith was sentenced to death for the February 22, 1995 capital murder of his former girlfriend, Kimberly Ann Brooks, in Tallapoosa County, Alabama. According to court records and his own handwritten confession, the murder was committed with extreme cruelty following an argument over their infant daughter. Smith kidnapped Brooks at gunpoint and forced her into a van. He drove her to a dirt road where he shot her in the head and chest until he ran out of ammo. Upon discovering she was still alive, he attempted to suffocate her with a trash bag before dousing her in gasoline and burning her alive. An autopsy confirmed she was still breathing when set on fire, as soot was found in her lungs. In September 1995, a jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, a recommendation the trial judge followed on September 14, 1995. Two co-defendants, Sanjay Brooks and Shante Smith, Smith's cousins, pleaded guilty to murder and kidnapping and received life sentences in exchange for testifying against him. For nearly 30 years, Smith has filed numerous appeals claiming his trial counsel failed to properly investigate his horrific life, including history of childhood abuse, mental health struggles, and drug abuse as mitigating evidence. In December 2024, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit upheld his death sentence, ruling that while his counsel's investigation was deficient, it did not change the outcome given the heinous nature of the crime. David Freeman. He was sentenced to death in 1996 following a retrial for the March 11, 1988 capital murders of Sylvia Gordon, 17, and her mother, Mary Gordon. According to court records, the murders were motivated by a romantic advance that was rejected. Freeman, then 18, rode his bicycle to the Gordon home intending to see Sylvia. When she rejected his advances, he brutally stabbed her 21 times. He then killed her mother, Mary, by stabbing her 11 times when she walked in on the scene. Freeman was also convicted of essaying Mary Gordon. After the killings, he stole the Gordons' car, loaded his bicycle into it, and fled, attempting to establish an alibi by going to work. Police found Freeman with bite marks from Sylvia on his arm and a bandaged hand. His fingerprints and the victim's blood were found in the stolen car. Appeals have focused on his mental health diagnosis, including schizotypal and antisocial personality disorders, and claims that his counsel failed to properly present mitigating evidence. In April 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to review his final petition. Albert Mack III. Mack was sentenced to death in 1996 for the July 1993 capital murder of Patrick Corey Holman in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. On the night of July 12, 1993, Mack and an accomplice lured 24-year-old Patrick Holman to an area near the Royal Pines subdivision in Tuscaloosa. Mack shot Holman in the back of the head. To conceal the crime, he placed Holman's body in the trunk of a 1974 Oldsmobile Cutlass, and then he set the vehicle on fire. Prosecutors established that robbery was the primary motive, as Mack intended to steal money from Holman to fund the trip to Detroit. During the trial, Mack admitted to the shooting, but claimed he acted in self-defense, believing Holman intended to kill him following a bad dope transaction. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, a recommendation the trial judge accepted in early 1996. The court cited that Mack was on parole for a prior violent felony, assault with a deadly weapon in California, at the time of the murder as a significant aggravating factor. As of December 2024, Mack's status on death row has been subject to a major ruling. The Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the lower court's decision granting Mack post-conviction relief for his sentencing phase. The court found that his original trial attorneys provided ineffective assistance by failing to investigate and present mitigating evidence, specifically regarding his severe childhood abuse and neglect. While his underlying murder conviction remains valid, his death sentence was set aside. This means he must either be resentenced or the state must appeal the ruling further. James William McGowan. McGowan was sentenced to death in 1996 for the July 18, 1994 capital murders of an elderly couple, Hiram Johnson, 82, and Mamie Lucille Johnson, 79, in Alabama. McGowan and an accomplice, Deidre Ann Crane, entered the Johnsons' home. McGowan beat both victims to death with a hammer. Trial evidence showed Hiram Johnson was struck repeatedly in the head while upright and as he knelt on the floor. Mamie Johnson was beaten to death while she lay in her bed. The murders were committed during a robbery to obtain money to buy crack cocaine. McGowan stole Hiram's wallet and a gold watch. Just hours before the Johnsons were killed, McGowan murdered Barry Harper, a technical college instructor in Escambia County, using the same hammer. He also pleaded guilty to this separate murder in 1996, and for that he received a life sentence. In the Johnsons' case, the jury recommended a sentence of life without parole by a 7-5 vote. However, the trial judge overrode this recommendation and imposed the death penalty, describing the crime as senseless, barbaric, and animalistic. Deidre Ann Crane pleaded guilty to lesser murder charges in exchange for testifying against McGowan and received 3 consecutive life sentences. McGowan remains on death row despite Alabama's 2017 abolition of judicial override, as the change was not applied retroactively to existing sentences. As of March 12, 2026, James William McGowan is still incarcerated at the Holman Correctional Facility on Alabama's death row. He is among the group of inmates whose death sentences are still active, specifically because a judge overruled the jury's recommendation for life imprisonment. Tony Barksdale. Barksdale was sentenced to death in 1997 for the December 1, 1995 capital murder of 19-year-old Julie Rhodes in Alexander City, Alabama. According to court records, the murder occurred during a carjacking. Barksdale and 2 accomplices, Jonathan David Garrison and Kevin Hilburn, traveled from Guntersville to Alexander City in a stolen car that they eventually wrecked. Seeking a new vehicle to return home, Barksdale flagged down Julie Rhodes as she was returning from her dinner break at a local shopping center. The 3 men entered her car. Barksdale shot Rhodes twice, once in the face and once in the back. Despite her injuries, she managed to escape the car and scream for help. She was found bleeding profusely in a nearby yard and died shortly after being airlifted to a hospital. Barksdale was convicted on 2 counts of capital murder. Murder during a first-degree robbery and murder of a victim inside the vehicle. The jury recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote. Following the jury's recommendation, the trial court officially sentenced him to death on January 24, 1997. Barksdale's appeals have largely centered on claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. His legal team argued that his original trial attorney failed to investigate his background or present any meaningful mitigating evidence during the penalty phase, which reportedly lasted less than 2 minutes. Jonathan David Garrison pleaded guilty to murder and received a life sentence in exchange for testifying against Barksdale. Kevin Hilburn died before he could be indicted. As of March 2026, Tony Barksdale remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. While he has filed multiple petitions with the U.S. Supreme Court as recently as early 2025, his appeals have been consistently denied by both state and federal courts. Donald Broadnax. He was sentenced to death in 1997 for the April 25, 1996 capital murders of his wife, Hector Jan Stamps Broadnax, 42, and her grandson, D'Angelo Stamps, 4. The murders occurred while Broadnax was in a prison work release program for a previous 1977 murder conviction. Broadnax's wife and her grandson visited him at his workplace, Wellburn Forest Products in Alexander City. During the visit, the couple got into an argument. He beat her to death with a wooden plank, then placed her body in the trunk of her car. Broadnax drove the car with the 4-year-old child in the back seat to a location near his childhood home in Birmingham. There, he beat the boy to death and placed his body in the trunk with his grandmother. Broadnax returned to the work release facility and attempted to hide his bloody clothes. Other inmates found his uniform and reported him to the guards. Broadnax was convicted on June 6, 1997, on 4 counts of capital murder. The jury deliberated for less than 30 minutes and unanimously recommended 12-0 the death penalty. The trial court followed the recommendation and officially sentenced him to death on September 12, 1997. The crime was elevated to capital status due to several factors: the murder of 2 or more persons, the victim's age under 14, the commission of a kidnapping, and Broadnax's prior 1977 murder conviction. As of March 2026, Donald Broadnax remains on Alabama's death row at the William Donaldson Correctional Facility. Over the decades, he has followed multiple appeals. He also filed claims of ineffective assistance of counsel, but his conviction and sentence have been consistently upheld by state and federal courts. Honestly, I am so tired of hearing the same argument over and over again: the difficult upbringing. I truly believe that a hard childhood can absolutely influence someone's life and personality, and given the right circumstances, it will make the difference between being able to keep calm or give in to the anger and hurt someone. From that to actually ending someone's life and with that level of cruelty, no, it's not an excuse. I mean, I get it. Hurting someone that hurt you deeply when you were a kid, I don't condone it, but I do understand why that happens. However, hurting or killing someone else who didn't really cause you trauma, that I cannot understand. Cortez Hammonds. Hammonds was sentenced to death in 1997 for the May 15, 1990 capital murder of Marilyn Mitchell, a 22-year-old nurse in Dothan, Alabama. According to court records, the murder occurred just days after Mitchell had moved into a new townhouse to start her nursing career. Mitchell was found in her bedroom, having been essayed and stabbed 38 times. Evidence showed the killer showered in her apartment after the murder and flicked cigarette ashes onto her body. Hammonds had delivered furniture to Mitchell's home a few days before the murder. The case went unsolved for 6 years until DNA evidence from a blood sample Hammonds provided while incarcerated for an unrelated attempted murder matched genetic material and blood found at the crime scene. In addition to DNA, investigators found Hammonds' thumbprint on a telephone in Mitchell's bedroom and discovered he had pawned a diamond ring similar to the victim's engagement ring shortly after the killing. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, which the trial judge officially imposed on December 19, 1997. His appeals have frequently highlighted intentional and flagrant misconduct by the prosecutor, who made improper references to Hammonds' prior incarceration and his decision not to testify. While the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals found these comments unconstitutional and unethical, it ultimately ruled they did not prejudice the jury's verdict enough to overturn the sentence. As of March 2026, Artez Hammond remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His execution has been delayed because he is among the inmates who opted for nitrogen hypoxia following a 2018 change in Alabama law. The U.S. Supreme Court denied his final petition in 2018, and there are currently no legal impediments preventing the state from setting an execution date. Nicholas Bernard Acklin. Acklin was sentenced to death in 1998 for the September 25, 1996 capital murders of 4 people during a mass shooting in Huntsville, Alabama, commonly known as the cell phone murders. According to court records, the incident was a retaliatory attack over a stolen cellular telephone. After a police report was filed against one of Acklin's companions, Joey Wilson, for stealing a cell phone, Acklin and 2 accomplices went to a home on University Drive seeking revenge. Heavily armed, the trio held 7 people hostage in a small room for nearly 2 hours, during which they tortured and humiliated them. Acklin and Wilson eventually fired 19 rounds of ammunition at the group. 4 people, Charles Lamar Hemphill, Michael Bodette, Johnny Couch and Brian Carter, were killed, while 2 others survived with gunshot wounds to the head. On October 31, 1998, a Madison County jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, which the trial judge formally imposed on November 6, 1998. A major focus of Acklin's appeals was the claim that his trial lawyer had a financial conflict of interest. His father, who was paying the legal fees, allegedly threatened to stop payments if the lawyer presented evidence of the father's childhood abuse of Acklin as mitigating evidence. When imposing the sentence, the trial judge noted that the crime was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and described Acklin as a person who had chosen to become death. In October 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his final petition, removing the last major legal impediment to his execution. His co-defendant, Joey Wilson, remains on death row. The third accomplice, Corey Johnson, who did not fire any shots, was released in 2011 after serving a 15-year sentence. Jerry Devane Bryant. Bryant was sentenced to death in 1998 for the January 27, 1997 capital murder of Donald Hollis in Houston County, Alabama. The murder was committed during a kidnapping and robbery. Later that night, Bryant shot Hollis 3 times in the head. He put the body in the trunk of Hollis's car and drove to Greenwood, Florida, where he dumped the body on a dirt road. Bryant committed the crime for pecuniary gain. After the murder, he traded Hollis's phone for crack cocaine and unsuccessfully attempted to sell Hollis's car for more drugs. Bryant has spent over 2 decades appealing based on claims that his trial attorney failed to hire a DNA expert, failed to properly impeach witnesses, and did not investigate his background, specifically his mother's drinking during pregnancy and his history of childhood abuse. Most recently, in 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals again upheld his sentence after rejecting his claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. Melvin Davis. Davis was sentenced to death in 1998 for the execution-style murders of Timothy Ray and John Bradley, as well as the attempted murder of Eugene Smith, which occurred in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1996. The primary target of the attack was Charlie Boswell Jr., an informant in a pending drug distribution case against Melvin Davis and his brother Princeton Davis. On the night of the crime, Davis and the co-defendant went to a home where they believed Boswell was located. Timothy Ray, 27, was shot 7 times at point-blank range. John Bradley, 67, was shot 3 times at point-blank range. Eugene Smith, 50, was also shot in the head, but he survived to testify against Davis at trial. The state established that Davis committed the murders to eliminate Boswell and prevent his prosecution on Mary Jane distribution charges. Davis has spent over 2 decades filing post-conviction petitions. His appeals have raised various issues, including ineffective assistance of counsel and claims that the state withheld exculpatory evidence, though these have consistently been rejected by Alabama courts. Thomas Dale Ferguson. Ferguson was sentenced to death in 1998 for the July 1997 capital murders of Harold Pugh and his 11-year-old son Joey Pugh in Colbert County, Alabama. The murders were committed during a conspiracy to steal a getaway vehicle for a planned bank robbery in Mississippi. Ferguson and 4 accomplices, Michael Craig Maxwell, Mark Moore, Donald Risley, and Keno Graham, went to a boat landing at Crane Creek looking for a car to steal. When the Pews arrived in their boat, the group hijacked them at gunpoint. The victims were forced onto their boat and taken downstream. Ferguson was identified as the gunman who shot Harold Pugh, while his accomplice Maxwell shot 11-year-old Joey. The bodies of the father and son were dumped into Cane Creek. A major component of Ferguson's appeals has centered on his mental capacity. His lawyers have argued that he is intellectually disabled and thus ineligible for execution, but federal courts have repeatedly upheld the finding that he is not intellectually disabled. Chanel Andre Jackson. Jackson was sentenced to death in 1998 for the April 25, 1997 capital murder of Lefrick Moore during a robbery in Montgomery, Alabama. According to court records, the murder occurred during a carjacking and robbery attempt involving Jackson and three accomplices. Four men in a vehicle cut off another car containing Lefrick Moore and the companion with the intent to rob them. A brief gunfight ensued, during which Moore was fatally shot. Jackson's case has been marked by significant doubt regarding who fired the fatal shot. While Jackson admitted to being present and armed with a handgun, evidence suggested the fatal bullet may have come from another defendant's weapon. Jackson's three co-defendants received lighter sentences, one for life, others with parole eligibility, after testifying against him. Jackson's presence on death row is one of the most cited examples of judicial override in Alabama. In 1998, the jury voted 12-0 to recommend a sentence of life without parole. Jurors later expressed uncertainty about whether Jackson was the actual shooter. Despite the unanimous jury vote, Circuit Judge William Gordon overrode the recommendation and imposed the death penalty. The judge cited Jackson's refusal to accept a plea bargain and his failure to take responsibility as aggravating factors. Jackson has filed multiple petitions for post-conviction relief, raising issues such as a coerced confession obtained through a 12-hour interrogation and ineffective assistance of counsel. As of May 2024, Chanel Andre Jackson remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. He is one of 30 inmates still facing execution, specifically because a judge overruled the jury's recommendation for life, a practice that was abolished in 2017 but not made retroactive for existing cases. Toforest Onisha Johnson. Johnson was sentenced to death in 1998 for the July 19, 1995 capital murder of William Hardy, a Jefferson County deputy sheriff who was moonlighting as a security guard at a Birmingham hotel. His case is widely considered one of the most controversial on Alabama's death row due to significant claims of innocence and the lack of physical evidence. Deputy Hardy was shot and killed in a hotel parking lot. No eyewitnesses or forensic evidence, DNA or fingerprints, linked Johnson to the scene. The conviction rested almost entirely on the ear witness testimony of Violet Ellison. She claimed she eavesdropped on a three-way jailhouse phone call and heard a man who identified himself as Toforest confess to the murder. At trial, 10 witnesses testified that Johnson was at a nightclub across town at the exact time of the murder. It was later revealed that the state's star witness, Violet Ellison, was secretly paid a $5,000 reward for her testimony. This was not disclosed to the defense for nearly 20 years. Prosecutors allegedly presented 5 different theories across 5 different court proceedings regarding who committed the murder. In an extraordinary development, both the current Jefferson County District Attorney Danny Carr and the original trial prosecutor Jeff Wallace have publicly stated that the conviction is unreliable and that Johnson deserves a new trial. Despite this support, the Alabama Attorney General's office continues to defend the conviction. Most recently, in March 2025, Johnson's legal team filed new motions in Jefferson County Circuit Court to toss out the conviction following what they described as alarming actions by the Attorney General to block a new hearing. His story gained further national attention in early 2026 with the release of the investigative podcast Ear Witness, Season 4 of Bone Valley, which further detailed the flaws in the case. As of March 2026, Toforest Johnson remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility with no scheduled execution date while his lawyers continue to push for a new hearing. Michael Craig Maxwell. Maxwell was sentenced to death in 1998 for the July 20, 1997 capital murders of Harold Pugh and his 11-year-old son Joey Pugh. According to court records and Maxwell's confession, the murders were part of a larger conspiracy to commit a bank robbery. Maxwell and four accomplices, Thomas Dale Ferguson, Mark Moore, Donald Risley, and Keno Graham, conspired to rob a bank in Mississippi. They needed a getaway vehicle and targeted the Pews to steal their pickup truck. The victims were ambushed as they returned from a fishing trip at Cane Creek. Maxwell admitted to being one of the gunmen who shot the father and son. The following day, the group used Harold Pugh's truck to rob a bank in Belmont, Mississippi, before being captured a month later. Maxwell was convicted on 4 counts of capital murder, including murder during a robbery, the murder of 2 or more people, and the murder of a victim under 14 years of age. In May 1998, the jury recommended a death sentence by a 10-2 vote. The trial court accepted the recommendation and officially sentenced Maxwell to death by electrocution, though Alabama has since adopted other primary methods. While Maxwell and Thomas Dale Ferguson both received death sentences, their other accomplices received lesser sentences ranging from 15 years to life in prison. On March 12, 2026, the Alabama Attorney General petitioned the Federal Appeals Court to force a ruling on Maxwell's long-delayed federal habeas petition, which has been pending since 2010. The state argued that Maxwell's case is one of several where federal courts have unreasonably held up the execution process for decades. Calvin Stalwart. Stalwart was sentenced to death in 1998 for the December 1997 capital murders of 2 convenience store clerks, Nancy Dukes and Linda Morton, in Foley, Alabama. The murders occurred 10 days apart and were both committed during armed robberies. Nancy Dukes died on December 4, 1997. She was found behind the counter at the Dukes Parkway Shell station. She had been stabbed approximately 40 times. Between $400 and $600 was stolen from the register. Linda Morton died on December 14, 1997. She was found face down behind the counter at the Diamond gas station and convenience store. She died from 6 stab wounds. The investigation found the cash register was $934 short. Stalwart was initially identified as a suspect due to an outstanding probation violation. A search of his fiancée home uncovered a hooded jacket with blood on the sleeve that matched Nancy Duke's DNA. A serrated kitchen knife was also found hidden under a mattress. Stalwart admitted to being at the scene of the second murder, but claimed he only found a bag of money and a VCR. He confessed to using a hammer to destroy the VCR and its tape because he knew the surveillance footage would show him in the store. In September 2023, a federal court dismissed most of his claims but allowed his intellectual disability claim to proceed. An evidentiary hearing on this matter was conducted in December 2024. As of March 2026, Stalwart remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. Jared Taylor. Taylor was sentenced to death in 1998 for the December 12, 1997 capital murders of Sherry Gaston, Bruce Gaston, and Steve Dias at a used car dealership in Mobile, Alabama. Taylor and an accomplice, Kenyatta McMillan, spent the day at the dealership pretending to negotiate the purchase of a Ford Mustang. At dusk, Taylor used a pistol to shoot the owner, Steve Dias, and salesperson Sherry Gaston along with her husband, Bruce Gaston. Trial testimony indicated the victims were on their knees begging for their lives when Taylor shot them each in the head. Taylor reportedly shot Bruce Gaston a second time after noticing him moving on the floor to make sure he was dead. After the killings, the pair stole the victims' personal effects and the car Taylor had pretended to buy, then fled to Selma. Kenyatta McMillan testified against Taylor as part of a plea deal, and she was sentenced to life without parole. In 2019, the state attempted to set an execution date, but the request was withdrawn after it was discovered Taylor had opted for nitrogen hypoxia before the 2018 deadline, a method the state was not yet ready to implement at the time. The U.S. Supreme Court denied his final petition in May 2019, meaning there are currently no legal impediments to his execution. Anthony Tyson. Tyson was sentenced to death in 1998 for the January 4, 1997 capital murders of Derek Cohen and Damian Thompson in Macon County, Alabama. According to court records, the victims were found in 2 separate locations shortly after the incident. Derek Cohen's body was found in the middle of Franklin Road in Macon County. Minutes later, Damian Thompson was found fatally shot in the passenger seat of a car in the bushes in Tuskegee. Tyson was convicted of murder committed during the course of a first-degree robbery and the murder of two or more people pursuant to a single scheme. Substantial forensic evidence linked Tyson to the killings. Police recovered a pistol from his apartment that matched shell casings found at the scene. Additionally, blood-stained sneakers found in his home contained DNA matching Damian Thompson. Tyson was connected to the double murder while the authorities were investigating a separate shooting. 10 days after the murders, Tyson was involved in this shooting in Union Springs, Alabama. A witness identified him, leading to a search warrant for his apartment where the murder weapon was discovered. At trial, Tyson's defense claimed he did not commit the murders and attempted to implicate a third person who had been seen with the victims earlier that day. As of November 2025, Tyson remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. He has been a vocal advocate for the abolition of the death penalty, serving as a chairman for Project Hope to abolish the death penalty, an organization run by death row inmates. Joseph Michael Wilson. Wilson was sentenced to death in 1998 for the September 25, 1996 capital murders of Charles Lamar Hemphill, Michael Bodette, Johnny Couch, and Brian Carter in Huntsville, Alabama. The case is commonly known as the cell phone murders. We talked about this in a previous video. The killings occurred during a home invasion on University Drive following a dispute over a stolen phone. Lamar Hemphill had filed a police report accusing Wilson of stealing his cell phone a week earlier. Wilson, then 19, reportedly became angry upon being questioned by police and decided to confront Hemphill. Wilson and two accomplices, Nicholas Acklin and Corey Johnson, entered the home of Ashley Rutherford. They held 7 people at gunpoint in a small room for nearly 2 hours, during which the victims were assaulted and humiliated. Shortly before midnight, Wilson and Acklin fired 19 rounds into the group. 4 victims died and 2 others, Ashley Rutherford and Michelle Hayden, were critically wounded. Forensic testing revealed Wilson was armed with a semi-automatic pistol and admitted to shooting Brian Carter. He was convicted on August 25, 1998 of capital murder for killing 2 or more people pursuant to a single scheme. On August 26, 1998, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, which the trial court followed on September 17 the same year. Nicholas Acklin was also sentenced to death. The third man, Corey Johnson, who reportedly did not fire a shot, received a 15-year sentence for felony murder and he was released in 2011, though he was later jailed for life in an unrelated 2016 case. In August 2025, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed Wilson's death sentence and rejected his latest application for a rehearing. Melvin Jean Hodges. Hodges was sentenced to death in 1999 for the January 4, 1998 capital murder of Elizabeth Beth Seaton, a supervisor at a Golden Coral restaurant in Opelika, Alabama. Hodges, who was an employee at the restaurant, orchestrated the robbery with several accomplices. As Seaton was leaving the restaurant in her van, Hodges and Marlo Murph forced her at gunpoint to return and open the restaurant safe. After the robbery, they forced Seaton to drive around in her van. During this time, she was forced to undress and pleaded for her life. Hodges eventually pulled her from the vehicle and began beating and choking her. He then got back into the van and ran over Seaton 4 times back and forth to ensure she was dead because he believed she knew too much. Her nude body was later discovered on the side of a rural road. In June 1999, the jury voted 8-4 to recommend a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The trial judge overruled the jury's recommendation and imposed the death penalty, citing the depravity and callousness of the crime, as well as the fact that Hodges had ample opportunity to spare Seaton's life after securing the money. In September 2024, a federal judge denied Hodges' petition for a writ of habeas corpus, though he was granted a certificate of appealability on specific issues for further review. James Allen Johnson. Johnson was sentenced to death in 1999 for the August 5, 1995 capital murder of Mary Charlene Sissy Lawson, a 24-year-old convenience store clerk in Jasper, Alabama. Johnson and an accomplice, Ira Morris, planned to rob and kill the attendant at a BP gasoline station. Inside the station, Johnson threw crumpled money onto the counter so Lawson would have to stoop to pick it up. When she got back up, Johnson pointed a revolver at her head and demanded money. After she handed over the cash, $447, Johnson shot her 4 times. Lawson was found unconscious behind the counter and died before help could arrive. Evidence at trial showed that 2 weeks before the crime, Johnson had shown neighborhood children a map of the BP station and the hidden gun, telling them he intended to rob it. Johnson was convicted of murder committed during a first-degree robbery. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, a recommendation the trial court accepted on June 3, 1999. His conviction and sentence were upheld by the Alabama Supreme Court in 2001. However, as of February 2026, his execution is currently stayed. Johnson has been deemed mentally incompetent to be executed, a status that currently serves as a legal impediment to carrying out his sentence. His attorneys continue to raise concerns regarding his mental health and the fact that the original sentencing jury never heard about his history of childhood abuse. Bobby Wayne Waldrop. Waldrop was sentenced to death in 1999 for the April 5, 1998 capital murders of his maternal grandparents, Cheryl Prestridge, 57, and Irene Prestridge, 52, in Randolph County, Alabama. Waldrop lived with his grandparents, who had significant health problems. His grandfather had difficulty walking, and his grandmother was blind and bedridden. After spending the day pawning his grandfather's lawnmower and smoking crack, Waldrop returned home and argued with his grandfather over money. He then stabbed his grandfather 43 times. He ordered his wife Clara to kill his grandmother. When she could not finish the act, Waldrop took the knife and stabbed his grandmother 38 times, even as she told him that she loved him. Waldrop and his wife stole his grandfather's wallet and used the money to buy more crack cocaine before being arrested later that day. Clara reached an agreement with the state to testify against Bobby. She pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder rather than capital murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison. Unlike Bobby, Clara became eligible for parole. According to Alabama Department of Corrections records, she has remained incarcerated at the Julia Tutwiler Prison for Women, though she has had multiple parole hearings over the years. Having exhausted his final U.S. Supreme Court appeals in 2018, Waldrop is currently at risk of having an execution date set by the Alabama Attorney General. Marcus Bernard Williams. Williams was sentenced to death in 1999 for the November 6, 1996 capital murder and essay of 24-year-old Melanie Dawn Rowell in St. Clair County, Alabama. Williams, a neighbor of the victim, entered Rowell's apartment through a kitchen window at approximately 1 a.m. He entered Rowell's bedroom while she and her 2 young children, ages 15 months and 2 years, were asleep. When Rowell woke up and resisted, Williams strangled her to death. An autopsy confirmed the cause of death was asphyxia due to strangulation. After she was motionless, William had relations with her for 15 to 20 minutes. He was arrested weeks later after being identified in an unrelated break-in, at which point he confessed to the murder. On February 24, 1999, a jury found Williams guilty of capital murder during an essay. The jury recommended a death sentence by an 11-1 vote. John Russell Calhoun. Calhoun was sentenced to death in September 2000 for the May 8, 1998 capital murder of Tracy Phillips in Talladega County, Alabama. On the day of the crime, Calhoun had visited the Phillipses' home to inquire about a TV being sold at a yard sale. Later that night, he returned wearing a stocking mask and armed with a gun. Calhoun ambushed Tracy Phillips outside and followed him into the house. After forcing Tracy's wife to open a locked bedroom door by threatening Tracy's life, Calhoun shot and killed Tracy Phillips in front of his family. Following the murder, Calhoun essayed, sodomized, and beat Tracy's wife. He then stole jewelry and money before fleeing the scene. Forensic testing found DNA consistent with Calhoun's on the victim, and a bite mark expert testified to a high-degree match between Calhoun's teeth and the mark on the wife's neck. In September 2000, the jury convicted Calhoun on 4 counts of capital murder and recommended a death sentence by a 10-2 vote. As of March 2026, John Russell Calhoun remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. While his execution remains a priority for the victim's family, his case continues to be subject to federal habeas corpus review. Gregory Charles Clark. Clark was sentenced to death in 2000 for the February 14, 1998 capital murder of William Fuller Manzi Ewing in Gulf Shores, Alabama. The murder occurred during an armed robbery at Ewing's gas station and convenience store on the Fort Morgan Peninsula. Clark, who was 41 at the time and reportedly high on crack cocaine, stabbed the 64-year-old man 17 times during the robbery. An autopsy revealed that two of the stab wounds in Ewing's back were deep enough to strike bone, and the wound to the chest punctured his heart. Approximately $400 stolen from the convenience store was found in the car Clark was driving. When arrested shortly after the crime, Clark had the victim's blood on his clothes and neck despite having no injuries of his own. He later waived his rights and admitted to the murder. In 1999, a Baldwin County jury convicted Clark of capital murder committed during a first-degree robbery. The jury recommended a death sentence by an 11-to-1 vote. Throughout his appeals, Clark's legal team argued that his rights were violated because the trial court required him to be visibly shackled in front of the jury for the duration of the trial without a proper hearing or justification. As of March 2026, Gregory Charles Clark remains on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. In February 2021, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit denied his federal habeas petition, ruling that he failed to prove his trial counsel was ineffective. Jeffrey Lee. Lee was sentenced to death in 2000 for the December 12, 1998 capital murders of Jimmy Ellis and Elaine Thompson during an armed robbery at a pawn shop in Orville, Alabama. According to trial records and surveillance footage, the murders occurred at Jimmy's pawn shop. Lee entered the shop armed with a sawed-off shotgun under the pretense of looking for wedding rings. Shortly after entering, he yelled a profanity and opened fire. He killed the owner, Jimmy Ellis, and Elaine Thompson. A second employee, Helen King, was shot in the face but survived by pretending to be dead. The entire crime was captured on a surveillance camera. Lee eventually confessed to the shootings but claimed the first shot was fired accidentally. In April 2000, a jury recommended a sentence of life without parole by a 7-to-5 vote. However, Lee eventually received the death penalty from the judge. Darrell Turner. Turner was sentenced to death in 2000 for the February 1996 capital murder of Barbara Wilson in Limestone County, Alabama. The murder occurred during a home invasion involving Turner and two accomplices, Christopher Harris and Trent Rainey. The three men went to Wilson's house on the pretext of needing to use her telephone. Once inside, the group ambushed Wilson. She was bound and the pillow was held over her head while she fought back. Turner was convicted of intentionally murdering Wilson during the commission of a robbery and essay. Following the murder, Wilson's Cadillac was stolen and driven to Kentucky, and her TV was pawned the same afternoon for gasoline money. Turner was convicted in December 1999 on multiple counts, including 2 counts of capital murder, essay, robbery, burglary, and theft. Following the guilt phase, Turner became highly emotional and yelled obscenities in front of the jury. He subsequently chose to waive his sentencing hearing before the jury. The trial judge conducted a separate sentencing hearing and officially sentenced Turner to death in early 2000. While his conviction has been upheld through direct appeals, he has continued to pursue legal challenges regarding discovery and ineffective counsel. Donald Deardorff. He is on death row in Alabama for the 1999 kidnapping and execution-style murder of Ted Turner, a 56-year-old Baptist minister and businessman from Baldwin County. He and an associate, Millard Peacock, broke into Turner's Spanish Fort home on September 22, 1999. They waited for Turner to return, then subdued him at gunpoint and held him in a closet for approximately 24 hours. During the captivity, Deardorff forced Turner to write 5 checks totaling over $21,000. Peacock cashed the checks while Deardorff remained with the victim. On September 24, Deardorff drove Turner, who was bound with duct tape and had a pillowcase over his head, to a remote road. He forced Turner to kneel and shot him 4 times in the head. The victim's body remained missing for nearly 2 years until July 2001, when Peacock led authorities to the remains following a plea agreement. Deardorff was convicted in 2001 of 3 counts of capital murder, murder during a burglary, robbery, and kidnapping. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. The trial judge upheld this recommendation, noting the crime was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Peacock testified against Deardorff in exchange for a 15-year sentence for felony murder, which he has since finished serving. In July 2024, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the denial of his habeas corpus petition, rejecting claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. A final petition was denied by the U.S. Supreme Court on March 31, 2025. According to current legal records, there are no remaining legal impediments against his execution. Cuauhtemoc Peraita. Peraita is on death row for the 1999 murder of fellow inmate Quincy Lewis at Holman Correctional Facility. While Peraita was already serving a life sentence without parole for a previous triple homicide, he was sentenced to death for the prison killing because it met specific capital murder criteria under Alabama law. On December 11, 1999, Peraita and another inmate, Michael Castillo, attacked Quincy Lewis in a dormitory at Holman Prison. Witnesses testified that Peraita held Lewis around the neck while Castillo stabbed Lewis 18 times in the neck and torso. Peraita then reportedly hit Lewis and told him to die as he staggered away. The murder was classified as capital because Peraita was already serving a life sentence and had been convicted of another murder within the previous 20 years. Peraita was originally imprisoned for his role in the 1994 Popeyes shooting in Gadsden, Alabama. He and an accomplice, Robert Bryant Melson, robbed the Popeyes restaurant and forced 4 employees into a freezer. Melson opened fire, killing 3 employees, Nathaniel Baker, Darrell Collier, and Tamika Collins, and severely wounding a 4th, Bryant Archer. Because Peraita was 17 at the time of the restaurant murders, he was sentenced to life without parole rather than death for those specific crimes. In October 2001, Peraita was sentenced to death for the murder of Quincy Lewis. His attorneys fought for institutionalization, claiming the violent prison environment forced him into a kill or be killed state of mind, which he used to support a self-defense claim against Lewis. As of late 2023, Peraita remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility, with his most recent petitions for post-conviction relief being reviewed by higher courts. James Donald Yeomans. He is on death row for the 1999 triple murder of his wife and her parents in Geneva County. He murdered his wife, Julie Ann Yeomans, and her parents, Jake and Sylvia Simmons. The victims were brutally beaten with a metal pipe and fatally shot at the Simmons home. The bodies were found after a family member returned home and discovered the scene, which included a dead family dog near the victims. After the murders, Yeomans stole his wife's purse and fled to Florida with his children. The jury recommended death by an 11-1 vote, which the trial judge upheld. Yeomans is currently incarcerated at the Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama. His appeals, including a petition to the U.S. Supreme Court in 2016, have been denied. As of early 2026, he remains among the convicted killers awaiting an execution date in Alabama. Rex Allen Beckworth. Beckworth is on death row for the 2000 capital murder of 87-year-old Bessie Lee Tweet. The crime was classified as capital because it was committed during the course of a burglary. In the early morning hours, Beckworth and his younger brother, James Earl Walker, broke into Tweet's home in Vicksburg, Alabama. Tweet, a 112-pound widow who had lived in the house for 67 years, was alone at the time. She was brutally beaten and shot in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. Forensic evidence showed she sustained more than 7 blunt force injuries while still alive. The pair ransacked the house, reportedly seeking a substantial sum of money they believed Tweet kept there. Beckworth was convicted of capital murder in September 2002. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, which the trial judge upheld. His half-brother, James Earl Walker, was tried separately and is also currently on death row for his role in this murder. Over the years, Beckworth has challenged his conviction through multiple petitions, including claims of prosecutorial misconduct, alleging the state withheld a confession from Walker and ineffective assistance of counsel. As of March 2025, he remains on the list of inmates awaiting an execution date, with no current execution scheduled. Patricia Blackmon. Blackmon is on death row for the 1999 capital murder of her 2-year-old adopted daughter, Dominiqua Bryant. Under Alabama law, the intentional murder of a child under the age of 14 is a capital offense. On May 29, 1999, Blackmon called emergency services to report that her daughter was not breathing at their mobile home in Dothan. Paramedics found the child covered in vomit and wearing blood-soaked socks. An autopsy revealed that Dominiqua died from multiple blunt force injuries. She had suffered a fractured skull, a fractured leg, and more than 30 other injuries. Investigators found a shoe print on the child's chest that matched the shoes Blackmon was wearing at the time of the murder. Prosecutors also presented evidence that the child had been bludgeoned with a pool cue. The medical examiner noted both new and old injuries, suggesting a pattern of abuse that began shortly after the adoption was finalized 9 months prior. Blackmon was convicted of capital murder in April 2002. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty, a recommendation the trial judge followed. The court ruled that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. As of 2026, Patricia Blackmon remains incarcerated at the Julia Tutwiler Prison for Women in Alabama. She has been on death row longer than any other woman in the state. Anthony Eugene Brown. Brown is on death row for the 2000 capital murder of 83-year-old Virginia Keel in Dothan. The case was tried as capital murder because the killing occurred during the commission of first-degree burglary. Brown unlawfully entered the victim's apartment at the Fieldcrest Apartments. He caused the death of Virginia Keel by strangling her with a piece of cloth and placing cloth and tape over her mouth and nostrils. Shortly before the murder was discovered, police received an emergency services call about a man with a gun threatening occupants at the nearby Holiday Inn. Witnesses directed officers toward the Fieldcrest Apartments, where a maintenance worker pointed them to Mrs. Keel's unit. Brown was apprehended while attempting to flee through a bedroom window. He pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. He claimed to have organic personality disorder and amnesia regarding the events, though a psychiatric evaluation found him sane to stand trial. In May 2002, the jury returned an advisory verdict of death by a 10-2 vote. The trial court accepted this recommendation and officially sentenced him to death. Brown remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility. His conviction and sentence have been upheld through multiple rounds of state and federal appeals, including a major review by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals in 2006. Wilson Billy Robitaille. Robitaille is on death row for the 2001 triple murder of Alyssa Taylor and her two young children, Robin, 7, and Trent, 4. Robitaille was a handyman from Phoenix City who had been hired by the Taylor family to do remodeling work on their home in Hamilton, Alabama. On the day of the murders, Robitaille went to the Taylor home intending to burglarize it to pay off his girlfriend's debts. He was caught by Alyssa Taylor while he was taking money from her purse. After being discovered, Robitaille used a steak knife to stab Alyssa and her daughter Robin. He then hunted down 4-year-old Trent, who was hiding in a storage area behind the bedroom door as his mother had instructed, and stabbed him to death. Alyssa's husband Stuart Taylor found his wife and children dead when he returned home from lunch later that day. Robitaille was convicted in 2002 of 6 counts of capital murder. The court found several factors that warranted the death penalty, including that the crime was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that Robitaille was already under a sentence of imprisonment on probation at the time of the offense. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, which the trial court upheld. His various appeals, including a 2007 petition to the U.S. Supreme Court, have been denied. Notably, this tragedy gained renewed public attention in 2021 when Hannah Brown, star of The Bachelorette, revealed in her memoir that the victims were her aunt and cousins. Willie Earl Scott. Scott is on death row for the September 11, 1999 essay and murder of 10-year-old Latonia Sager in Birmingham. Latonia was found strangled and essayed in her bed at her family's home in Norwood neighborhood. Scott was a family friend who lived in the same household with his grandmother at the time. On the same night as the murder, Scott committed a series of other crimes against a second victim, Landris Wright. These included first-degree essay, first-degree burglary, and attempted murder. Scott was linked to the crime through DNA evidence found on the victim's body. In August 2002, a jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. The trial court followed this recommendation and sentenced him to death for the capital murder counts, along with consecutive life sentences for the crimes against the second victim. During the sentencing phase, Scott reportedly had an emotional outburst, yelling at the victim's mother and accusing her of the crime before being restrained and removed from the courtroom. Scott has filed numerous appeals over the years. In 2011, the Alabama Supreme Court reversed the lower court's denial of his post-conviction petition because the judge had signed an order that was a verbatim copy of the prosecutor's filing. However, the Alabama Supreme Court ultimately denied his request for review in March 2018. In 2017, Scott drew national attention when it was discovered he was active on social media from his cell at Holman Prison. He had used the contraband cell phone to post rap videos and maintain multiple Facebook pages under aliases like Willie Red. Rick Allen Belial. Belial is on death row in Alabama for the 1999 capital murder of 36-year-old Joyce Sayer. The case was tried as capital murder because the killing was committed during the course of a burglary. Belial broke into the Sayer residence in Gadsden. When Joyce Sayer returned home and surprised him, he attacked her. Sayer was brutally beaten and suffered multiple blunt force injuries to her head. Evidence presented at trial indicated she was struck at least 9 times with a heavy object, likely a Maglite-style flashlight or a similar tool. Belial stole several items from the home, including jewelry and a purse, which were later linked back to him. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. The trial judge accepted the recommendation, noting the heinous and atrocious nature of the attack on a defenseless victim in her own home. DNA evidence and the possession of the victim's stolen property were central to the prosecution's case. Belial remains incarcerated at the William Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama. His legal team has filed numerous appeals over the last 2 decades. A significant focus of his recent appeals, including a 2023 petition, involved claims regarding the adequacy of his legal representation and the methods used by the state to evaluate his mental health. In late 2024, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed the lower court's denial of his most recent post-conviction relief petition. Michael David Carrot. Carrot is on death row for the 2002 kidnapping and capital murder of 12-year-old William Brett Bowyer and the attempted murder of the boy's father, Forrest Butch Bowyer. His crimes were classified as capital because they involved the murder of a child under 14, and they were committed during a first-degree burglary, robbery, and kidnapping. Carrot, a former bail bondsman, and his accomplice Jimmy Lee Brooks Jr. posed as narcotics agents using fake court documents to gain entry to the Bowyer home in Phoenix City. They abducted the father and son and stole approximately $40,000 to $47,000 and a revolver. The victims were driven to a remote construction site in South Russell County. Carrot slit Butch Bowyer's throat and left him for dead in a shallow grave. Carrot then told Brooks, "I've done one, now you do one." Brooks shot 12-year-old Brett 3 times in the head, killing him. Miraculously, Butch Bowyer survived, dug himself out of the grave, and flagged down a motorist for help. Following their arrest, Carrot and Brooks were also linked to the January 30, 2002 double murder of an elderly couple, Thurman and Catherine Ratliff, in Opelika, Alabama. Approximately $87,000 in cash was missing from the Ratliff home. Carrot was convicted of capital murder in October 2002. A jury unanimously recommended death, and the judge sentenced him to die by lethal injection on December 3, 2003. As of April 2026, Michael David Carrot remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His final petition was denied by the U.S. Supreme Court on October 7, 2024. There are currently no remaining legal impediments against his execution. Michael Jerome Lewis. Lewis is on death row for the 1997 capital murder of Timothy John Kay in Houston County. Lewis, along with James Anthony Free and April Hargden, spent the evening with Timothy John Kay. After returning to Lewis's mobile home in Houston County, an altercation broke out between Free and Kay. Tony Free severely beat Kay with his fists and a beer bottle, leaving him pinned to the ground and unable to defend himself. While the beating was ongoing, Lewis went inside his home and returned with a shotgun. According to witness testimony, Lewis did not try to stop the assault but instead remarked, "We gotta finish this." Kay was subsequently shot twice in the head. Lewis and Free then loaded his body into the back of Kay's own pickup truck, drove across the state line into Holmes County, Florida, and threw the body from a bridge into the river. To cover their tracks, they returned to Alabama, drove the truck to a field, and set it on fire. Lewis was convicted of capital murder in September 2003. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. The circuit court accepted this recommendation and officially sentenced him to death on October 15, 2003. The court found that the murder was committed during a kidnapping and it was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel compared to other capital offenses. Lewis remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility. His conviction and sentence have been upheld through numerous rounds of appeals, including a major review by the Alabama Supreme Court in 2009 and the denial of his petition for post-conviction relief in 2020. As of March 2025, he remains on the list of death row inmates awaiting an execution date. Brandon Joseph Benjamin. Benjamin is on death row for the November 2000 capital murder of Jimmy Lewis at a shopping mall in Dothan. Evidence presented at trial showed that Benjamin went to the Wiregrass Commons Mall specifically seeking a victim to rob. He reportedly monitored mall security rounds and parked his vehicle strategically to avoid suspicion. Jimmy Lewis had gone to the mall around 9 p.m. to pick up his wife, a store employee. As it was raining, he returned to the parking lot alone to move the car closer to the exit. Benjamin confronted him, and a struggle ensued. Benjamin struck Lewis several times and shot him twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. Benjamin stole the victim's wallet and fled the scene. Lewis was found dead by police and paramedics shortly after. Benjamin later bragged about the crime to a friend, Michael Baker, and showed no remorse. Baker went to the district attorney, who arranged for him to wear a body wire. Police recorded Benjamin confessing to the murder again. Upon his arrest, police searched Benjamin's room and recovered the victim's wallet and a newspaper account of the crime. In 2004, a jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, a recommendation the trial court accepted. He has filed multiple appeals over the years, including claims of ineffective assistance of counsel and challenges to Alabama's lethal injection protocols, all of which have been denied. As of April 2026, he remains incarcerated at the Holman Correctional Facility, awaiting an execution date. Jimmy Lee Brooks Jr. Brooks is on death row for the 2002 capital murder of 12-year-old William Brett Bowyer and the attempted murder of the boy's father, Forrest Butch Bowyer. Brooks and his accomplice, Michael David Carrot, posed as narcotics agents to gain entry to the Bowyer home in Phoenix City. They handcuffed and kidnapped both the father and son. The pair stole approximately $47,000 in cash and a revolver from the residence. They drove the victims to a remote construction site where a shallow grave had already been dug. Carrot slit the father's throat and Brooks shot 12-year-old Brett 3 times in the head. The killers threw both bodies into the grave and covered them with dirt. Butch Bowyer survived, dug himself out, and flagged down a motorist for help, leading to the arrest of both men less than 12 hours later. Following his arrest, Brooks was also linked to the double murder of Thurman and Catherine Ratliff, an elderly couple killed in their Opelika, Alabama home just weeks earlier, on January 30, 2002. In 2004, a jury unanimously recommended the death penalty for Brooks, which the trial court upheld. As of April 2026, Jimmy Lee Brooks Jr. remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility. While his direct appeals were exhausted years ago, he has been part of litigation challenging Alabama's lethal injection protocols. Michael Lee Brown. Brown is on death row for the 2001 capital murder of 65-year-old Betty Kirkpatrick in Hueytown. Brown burglarized Kirkpatrick's mobile home, where he had previously done odd jobs and occasionally called her grandma. According to trial evidence, he attempted to choke her, but when she did not die, he cut her throat with a knife from her own kitchen and put a plastic bag over her head. Brown stole $91 in cash, some costume jewelry, and Kirkpatrick's 1986 Ford Thunderbird. Several witnesses testified to seeing Brown driving the victim's car after the murder. One witness stated Brown told her he killed the lady who owned the car because she wouldn't die when he tried to choke her. In 2004, a jury found Brown guilty of 2 counts of capital murder. It recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote. The Circuit Court followed this recommendation and sentenced Brown to death on August 10, 2004. The court highlighted the heinous and atrocious nature of the murder, noting the brutality of the attack on a victim who had trusted him. Michael Lee Brown remains incarcerated at the William Holman Correctional Facility. His conviction and death sentence were upheld by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals in 2007 and the Alabama Supreme Court in 2008. As of late March 2026, the Alabama Court of Appeals reportedly affirmed his conviction following further legal reviews, and he remains on the list of inmates awaiting an execution date. James Ben Brownfield. Brownfield is on death row for the 2001 triple murder of three family members in Scottsboro. The case was tried as capital murder because it involved the killing of two or more persons in a single scheme, a burglary, and the murder of a child under the age of 14. According to trial evidence, Brownfield consumed Xanax pills and became enraged with his sister over a dispute involving drugs and money. He entered the home of his sister, Brenda Whitehead McCutcheon, while she and her 3-year-old grandson, Joshua Hodges, were sleeping. He attacked both with a claw hammer, striking his sister approximately 20 times and the child 16 times. Before leaving, he attempted to burn the house down with kerosene. He then drove across town to the home of his estranged brother-in-law, Leighton Durwood McCutcheon. After initially pretending the visit was friendly, he subdued Leighton with his fists and a hammer before stabbing him in the heart and cutting his throat. Following the killings, Brownfield showered, changed into clean clothes, and attended a Christmas party. Police later discovered violent messages scrawled on the walls of the homes, including "Killing is my business." In 2004, a jury convicted Brownfield on all counts and recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote. The trial judge upheld the recommendation. His conviction and sentence were upheld by the Alabama Supreme Court in 2009 and again in 2018 following further appeals. Brownfield remains incarcerated on death row. In March 2026, the Alabama Attorney General filed petitions to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit to resolve long-standing delays in his federal habeas corpus proceedings. Antonio DeVoe Jones. Jones is on death row for the 1999 capital murder of Ruth Kirkland in Dothan. She was 80 years old. On New Year's Eve, Jones broke into the home of Ruth Kirkland, a petite widow who lived alone and used a walker due to a previous stroke. Jones savagely beat and kicked the victim. Evidence showed she was beaten with her own walking cane and a broken chair leg. She suffered massive bleeding and broken wrists while attempting to defend herself. Jones ransacked the house searching for money that Mrs. Kirkland was known to keep inside. He ultimately stole her car keys and fled the scene in her white Cadillac. Jones was arrested later that same night while driving the victim's car. DNA testing by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences positively matched blood found on Jones's clothing to Mrs. Kirkland. Upon arrest, he claimed 3 other men had committed the murder and that the blood on his clothes came from being near them. However, investigators confirmed those men all had alibis. In March 2004, a Houston County jury convicted Jones of capital murder. The jury recommended the death penalty, a recommendation the trial court accepted. His conviction and sentence have been upheld through multiple rounds of state and federal appeals. In September 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his petition for another appeal. Charlie Washington. Washington is on death row for the January 2003 beating deaths of an elderly couple, Julian and Florence McKinnon, in their Millbrook home. Washington, who had worked for the McKinnons as a longtime handyman, bludgeoned 82-year-old Julian and 84-year-old Florence to death with a hard, dense object. Washington had driven Mr. McKinnon to a real estate deal where the victim received $10,000 in cash. Knowing they had the money, Washington returned to their home to rob them. Police located Washington at a motel in Montgomery shortly after the murders with a prostitute. He was found in possession of the victim's vehicle and approximately $8,000 in cash. In January 2004, an Elmore County jury found Washington guilty of 5 counts of capital murder. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, which the trial court accepted. Washington has filed multiple appeals, often focusing on claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. His legal team argued that his original attorneys failed to present mitigating evidence about his, you guessed it, traumatic childhood and the mental health challenges during the sentencing phase. As of late March 2026, the Alabama Court of Appeals reportedly affirmed his conviction and death sentence following his most recent round of legal reviews. Dion Eatmon. Eatmon is on death row for the 2004 capital murder of Allison and Rick Kyle, a couple from Brighton. His crimes were classified as capital offenses because they involved murder during a first-degree kidnapping and the killing of two or more people as part of a single scheme. The murders were motivated by a $200 drug debt that Rick Kyle reportedly owed to Eatmon's accomplice, Andra Marshall. When the Kyles arrived at a house in Brighton to buy drugs, Marshall began arguing with Rick. During the struggle, Eatmon struck Rick in the leg with a metal bar, breaking it. The couple was forced onto a sofa, tied up with electrical cords cut from household appliances, and beaten with a lead pipe. Eatmon and Marshall forced the bound couple into the trunk of the Kyles' own car. They drove to a remote street, doused the car with gasoline, and set it on fire while the Kyles were still alive inside. Autopsies confirmed the victims died from smoke inhalation and blunt force trauma. Their bodies were so badly burned they had to be identified via dental records. Eatmon's case is notable because he is one of approximately 30 inmates on Alabama's death row who were sentenced to death through judicial override. In 2005, the jury in Jefferson County recommended a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole by a vote of 9 to 3. The trial judge, however, overrode the jury's recommendation and sentenced Eatmon to death, citing the heinous and atrocious nature of the crime. As of early 2026, Eatmon remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility. While Alabama abolished judicial override in 2017, the law was not made retroactive, meaning inmates like Eatmon who were sentenced under the old system remain on death row. Tierra Capri Gobble. Gobble is on death row for the 2004 capital murder of her 4-month-old son, Phoenix Parrish. On December 15, 2004, the infant was rushed to a medical center in Dothan, Alabama, with no pulse. An autopsy revealed he died from blunt force trauma to the head, specifically a fractured skull. In addition to the fatal skull fracture, the 4-month-old had 2 broken ribs, 2 broken wrists, a fractured arm, and multiple bruises across his body. Some injuries were fresh, while others showed signs of earlier breaks. Prosecutors presented evidence that Gobble struck the baby's head against the side of his crib because he would not stop crying. At the time of the death, Florida child welfare officials had already removed Phoenix and his sister from Gobble's care due to prior abuse concerns. She was under a court order to have no contact with the children, but she had secretly moved into the Alabama home where they were being kept. During her 2005 trial, Gobble admitted she was the only person with the child for the 10 hours leading up to his death. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. The judge upheld the recommendation, describing the case as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Tierra Capri Gobble remains incarcerated at the Julia Tutwiler Prison for Women in Alabama. She is one of only 5 women currently on Alabama's death row. As of late March 2025, she remains on the list of inmates awaiting an execution date. Wesley Devon Harris. Harris is on death row for the August 26, 2002 mass murder of 6 family members of his then 16-year-old girlfriend, Janice Ball. The murders occurred on a local farm in Rutledge, Crenshaw County, Alabama. According to prosecutors, Harris carried out the killings out of anger because the family had attempted to separate him from Janice and their toddler daughter. The event is often cited as one of the deadliest family massacres in Alabama's modern history. Harris methodically killed Janice's grandmother, Mila Ruth Ball, 65, her parents, Joanne Ball, 35, and Willie Haslip, 40, and her 3 teenage brothers, Jerry, 19, Tony, 17, and John, 14. He reportedly held Janice and their 17-month-old daughter captive for roughly 8 hours, killing the family members one by one as they arrived home throughout the day. Many victims were shot in the face. Following the murders, Harris abducted Janice and the child, fleeing for 3 days before being arrested. Janice Ball later served as the state's key witness against him. In 2005, Harris was convicted of multiple counts of capital murder. The jury originally recommended a sentence of life in prison without parole by a 7-5 vote. However, the trial judge, citing the savagery and wickedness of the crime, overruled the recommendation and sentenced Harris to death. His appeals have been consistently rejected, including a significant 2021 ruling by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals that upheld the death sentence despite claims of ineffective counsel and juror misconduct. Christopher Shane Hyde. Hyde is on death row for the triple capital murder of 3 individuals during a robbery at a funeral home in Summerton, Walker County. On March 26, 2003, Hyde entered Bell's Funeral Chapel, also referred to as Bell Funeral Home, where he shot and killed 3 people in the embalming room. June Williams, 61, the funeral home manager and director, Ricky Peterson, 50, a pastor and apprentice embalmer, and Randall Lane, 66, a semi-retired casket company delivery driver. Hyde committed the murders to facilitate a robbery, stealing the wallets of the male victims and fleeing in Peterson's truck. He was captured a few hours later at a bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, after a relative unknowingly drove him to Birmingham to catch a bus. In March 2005, a jury found Hyde guilty of capital murder. The jury recommended a death sentence by a vote of 10-2. Circuit Court Judge Jerry Selman followed the jury's recommendation and sentenced Hyde to death, noting the victims were hardworking and much-loved individuals. The crimes occurred only 4 months after Hyde was released from a Florida prison, where he had served over 8 years for attempted murder and armed robbery. Jeremy Brian Jones. Jones is on death row for the 2004 essay and murder of 44-year-old Lisa Marie Nichols in Turnerville, Mobile County. In October 2005, a jury convicted Jones of 4 counts of capital murder. The murder was elevated to a capital offense because it was committed during the commission of a burglary, kidnapping or attempted kidnapping, essay or attempted essay. On September 17, 2004, during a power outage caused by Hurricane Ivan, Jones entered Nichols's home where he essayed her and shot her 3 times in the head. He then set her house on fire to conceal the evidence. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, and Circuit Judge Charles Graddick formally sentenced him to death in December 2005, describing him as a danger to civilized society. While convicted only of the Nichols murder in Alabama, Jones is a self-confessed serial killer. He initially confessed to murdering at least 13 to 21 people across 5 states, including Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Kansas, though he later recanted many of these statements. At the time of his crimes, Jones was living under the stolen identity of John Paul Chapman, which allowed him to evade law enforcement for years, despite multiple arrests for minor offenses. Ondra Marshall. Marshall is on death row for the 2004 kidnapping and brutal murder of a Bessemer couple, Clarence Rick Kyle and his wife Allison Kyle. On February 6, 2004, the Kyles visited a home in Brighton, Alabama, where Ondra Marshall and several others were present. Marshall and Rick Kyle engaged in a violent argument over an unpaid drug debt of approximately $200. During the altercation, Marshall's accomplice, Dion Eatmon, struck Rick Kyle with a metal bar. Marshall then ordered another witness to cut electrical cords from a fan, which he used to bind the couple's hands behind their backs. The Kyles were forced into the trunk of their own car. Marshall and Eatmon then doused the vehicle with gasoline and burned the couple alive. Their bodies were discovered by firefighters later that morning on Watt Street in Birmingham. In 2005, a Jefferson County jury convicted Marshall of 3 counts of capital murder. The jury recommended a death sentence by an 11-1 vote. On June 23, 2005, the trial judge followed that recommendation and sentenced Marshall to death. Timothy Wade Saunders. Saunders is on death row for the July 9, 2004 capital murder of 77-year-old Melvin Curley Clemens and the attempted murder of his 74-year-old wife Agnes Clemens in Foley, Baldwin County. According to investigators and court documents, the incident began when Saunders lured Melvin Clemens from his home under the pretense of returning a borrowed crowbar. Saunders attacked Mr. Clemens with the crowbar, inflicting fatal blunt force trauma to his head. Saunders then entered the Clemenses' home, claiming to have an asthma attack to gain entry. Once inside, he attacked Mrs. Clemens, severely beating and attempting to strangle her. The murder was classified as capital because it occurred during the commission of first-degree robbery and burglary. Saunders emptied Mrs. Clemens's purse and stole items from the home while using a cleaning agent to attempt to hide his fingerprints. Mrs. Clemens survived the attack after managing to grab a shotgun and fire it at Saunders, causing him to flee the scene. In August 2005, a Baldwin County jury convicted Saunders on 2 counts of capital murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The jury recommended a death sentence with a unanimous 12-0 vote. Muhammad Sharifi. Sharifi is on death row for the 1999 double capital murder of his estranged wife Sarah K. Smith Sharifi, 47, and her friend Derek Brown, also 47, in Huntsville. On December 13, 1999, Sharifi shot both victims to death in their apartment. The bodies were not discovered until weeks later when they were found in the Tennessee River. The killings followed a domestic altercation. Sharifi, an Iranian national, had entered the U.S. on a tourist visa and married Sarah shortly before their separation. Despite his defense claiming he was in Los Angeles at the time, investigators found evidence linking him to the murders, and he was eventually arrested in California and extradited to Alabama. Sharifi was convicted in Madison County Circuit Court in March 2005. By a 10-2 vote, the jury recommended a death sentence. This was subsequently finalized by the trial judge. His direct appeals were rejected in 2008. 10 years later, in 2018, the U.S. Supreme Court denied a review of his case. Most recently, in March 2024, a federal court denied his petition for a writ of habeas corpus. Kerry Spencer. Spencer is on death row for the 2004 ambush and triple murder of 3 Birmingham police officers. On June 17, 2004, 4 officers, Carlos Owen, Harley Chisholm, Charles Bennett, and Michael Collins, were attempting to serve a misdemeanor domestic assault warrant on Spencer's co-defendant, Nathaniel Woods, at a suspected drug house in the Ansley neighborhood. As the officers entered the residence, Spencer opened fire with a high-powered rifle. Officers Carlos Owen, 58, Harley Chisholm, 40, and Charles Bennett, 33, were killed in the gunfire. A 4th officer, Michael Collins, was wounded but managed to survive the attack. Spencer has repeatedly admitted to being the sole triggerman in the killings. He was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder in 2005. During the sentencing phase, the jury recommended a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. However, the trial judge overrode the jury's recommendation and sentenced Spencer to death. At the time, Alabama law allowed judges to impose the death penalty despite the jury's life recommendation, a practice that was banned by the state in 2017. His co-defendant, Nathaniel Woods, was also sentenced to death as an accomplice and he was executed in March 2020. Woods' execution drew significant national attention because he was not the shooter. As of April 2026, Spencer's federal habeas corpus petition was denied by the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Alabama following a request from the state to expedite a ruling. Devin Darnell Thompson. Thompson, also known as Devin Moore, is on death row for the triple capital murder of 3 law enforcement employees in Fayette on June 7, 2003. Thompson was being booked at the Fayette Police Department for suspicion of stealing a vehicle. While his handcuffs were removed for fingerprinting, he snatched a service pistol from an officer and carried out a shooting spree. He shot and killed police officers Arnold Strickland and James Crump, as well as police dispatcher Leslie Ace Miller. After the shootings, Thompson stole a police cruiser and fled to Mississippi, where he was captured later that day. Upon his arrest, Thompson reportedly told officers, "Life is a video game. Everybody's gotta die sometime." This led to a high-profile legal defense claiming he had been influenced by the violent video game Grand Theft Auto. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. Kenneth Eugene Billups. Billups is on death row for two separate capital murder cases involving 5 victims in December 2003. The murders occurred just 3 days apart and they were both linked to drug-related robberies. The triple and quadruple murder. This happened on December 16, 2003. Billups was convicted of 13 counts of capital murder for the deaths of 4 men: Manuel Nunez Perez, 27, Rafael Salcedo, 15, Enrique Marquez, 16, and Wilbur Gomez, 20. He reportedly lured them to a Center Point apartment under the pretense of a drug deal to steal 35 pounds of Mary Jane, then shot them. Then there was also the murder of Stephen Lockett. That happened on December 13, 2003. Just 3 days earlier, Billups shot Stephen Lockett, 24, 6 times in the back of the head during a drug deal at Billups's home. Lockett's body was later found in his burning pickup truck in an alley. In the quadruple homicide case, the jury unanimously recommended life without parole, but the judge overrode them to impose death. In the Lockett case, the jury also recommended life by a 7-5 vote, but the judge again imposed the death penalty. The Alabama Supreme Court granted Billups a new trial in the Lockett case in 2010 after ruling that the trial judge improperly allowed the jury to hear prejudicial details about the separate quadruple homicide. Despite the retrial order for one case, his convictions and death sentence for the quadruple murder were upheld by the Court of Criminal Appeals in 2010. Christopher Anthony Floyd. Floyd is on death row for the 1992 robbery and capital murder of 70-year-old Waylon Crawford in Ashford, Houston County. The murder occurred in February 1992 at a rural country store owned and operated by Crawford and his wife. Floyd, who was 19 years old at the time, shot Crawford twice and stole a few $100s from the business. Although the crime happened in 1992, Floyd was not charged until 2004, when he confessed to the robbery murder while incarcerated for another crime. Floyd was convicted of capital murder in 2005 and sentenced to death a year later in 2006. His case is widely known for significant legal battles regarding racial and gender discrimination during jury selection. Floyd was tried by an all-white jury in a county that is approximately 27% African American. Attorneys from the Equal Justice Initiative argued that the prosecutor unlawfully used strikes to remove 10 of 11 qualified African American potential jurors and 12 of 18 women. Evidence revealed that the prosecutor marked African American prospective jurors with a B for black on his jury list. Despite multiple remands from higher courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, ordering Alabama courts to reconsider the case in light of precedent prohibiting race-based strikes, the Alabama Supreme Court repeatedly upheld the conviction. In 2017, the U.S. Supreme Court declined further review, though Justice Sonia Sotomayor noted serious concerns about the jury selection process. Ellis Lewis Mashburn, Jr. Mashburn Jr. is on death row for the October 2002 capital murder of his grandmother and step-grandfather in their home in Alexandria, Calhoun County. On October 29, 2002, Mashburn, then 24 years old, murdered Clara Eva Birmingham, 80, and Henry Owen Birmingham, 85. Prosecutors stated that robbery was the primary motive for the attack. Both victims were brutally beaten and stabbed. Autopsy findings showed they died from a combination of multiple sharp instrument wounds and blunt force trauma to the head. A sentencing order noted the victims likely were aware of the fatal nature of the assault as it occurred, with evidence showing they attempted to defend themselves. On the first day of his trial, in September 2006, Mashburn pleaded guilty to 5 counts of capital murder. Even with the guilty plea, a jury was impaneled to hear the state's evidence. They unanimously found the crimes to be especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. They voted 11-1 to recommend the sentence of death. Circuit Judge Sam Monk accepted the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Mashburn to death in October 2006. Mashburn is currently incarcerated on death row at Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama. His numerous appeals, which included claims of ineffective counsel and mental health issues, have been denied by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals and federal courts. Most recently, in September 2023, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit affirmed the denial of his habeas corpus petition. Craig Newton. Newton is on death row for the May 1, 2001 robbery and brutal murder of 48-year-old Charles Watley in Tuskegee, Macon County. The murder was characterized by extreme cruelty as Newton attempted to force Watley to reveal the location of weapons and money. During a robbery at Watley's home, Newton bound the victim and attempted to suffocate him by placing a bag over his head. When Watley tried to free himself, Newton poured gasoline or lighter fluid on his head and set him on fire while continuing his demands. After Watley managed to extinguish the flames on himself, Newton approached him and shot him in the head with a pistol. To conceal the crime, Newton also set fire to Watley's home and vehicle. Newton was convicted in April 2006 of capital murder, first-degree arson, and first-degree theft. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote. Michael Lynn Sale. Sale is on death row for the capital murder and kidnapping of his wife, Lynn Sale, in Webb, Houston County. On May 2, 2004, Michael Sale called emergency services, reporting that his wife was in critical condition at their home. Lynn Sale died in a hospital 15 days later from complications related to severe and prolonged physical abuse. Medical examinations revealed that Lynn had suffered numerous injuries, including bruises, bite marks, and gangrene on her extremities. The murder was elevated to a capital offense because it occurred during a first-degree kidnapping. Evidence showed Sale had emotionally and physically terrorized his wife, isolating her from family and controlling her movements until her death. Law enforcement described the home as having blood on bedroom doors and a mattress stained with urine and feces, which had been covered in baking soda to mask the smell. In March 2006, a Houston County jury found Sale guilty of capital murder. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty. On May 2, 2006, Houston County Circuit Judge Lawson Little accepted the recommendation and sentenced Sale to die by lethal injection. Jason Michael Sharp. Sharp is on death row for the 1999 essay and capital murder of 33-year-old nurse Tracy Lynn Morris in Huntsville. On January 2, 1999, Sharp attacked Morris in her home. Police and medical testimony said the assault was exceptionally violent. Morris's hands were bound with duct tape and she was essayed and stabbed 37 times. Tracy Lynn Morris was a trauma nurse at Huntsville Hospital. Before the murder, Sharp had reportedly stalked and bothered her for roughly 18 months. The case was delayed for more than 7 years due to procedural issues and mental health evaluations before going to trial in 2006. In August 2006, a Madison County jury convicted Sharp of capital murder because the killing occurred during a first-degree essay. The jury recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote, which was finalized by Circuit Judge Laura Hamilton. Sharp's conviction has been overturned twice by state appeals courts due to findings of racial discrimination during jury selection. As of the latest October 2024 records, he remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility. Ulysses Charles Sneed. Sneed is on death row for the September 7, 1993 robbery and murder of Clarence Nguyen Terry at Bud's convenience store in Decatur. The murder was classified as a capital offense because it occurred during the commission of a first-degree robbery. Sneed and his co-defendant, John Milton Hardy, entered the store to rob it. While Hardy repeatedly shot the store clerk, Sneed focused on prying open the cash registers. Clarence Terry was shot 7 times while hiding behind the counter. The trial court noted the especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel nature of the crime. Video evidence showed that while Hardy was shooting the victim, Sneed continued trying to open the registers and even kicked the victim's foot out of the way to reach a second register. Sneed's path to death row involved a significant legal reversal and a controversial sentencing practice. Sneed was first convicted and sentenced to death in 1995. However, the Alabama Supreme Court overturned this conviction in 2000 due to the improper admission of a redacted statement he made to police. Following his retrial in 2006, the jury voted 7-5 to recommend life in prison without parole instead of the death penalty. However, the trial judge overrode the jury's recommendation and imposed the death sentence. Although Sneed was not the shooter, Hardy was identified as the gunman, he was found legally accountable for the murder under accomplice liability because of his active role in the robbery. Sneed remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His co-defendant, John Hardy, was found dead in his cell at the same facility in 2015. Roderick Byrd. Byrd is on death row for the triple capital murder of three people during a robbery on Thanksgiving Day, November 24, 2005. According to trial evidence, Byrd and his accomplice, Brandon Mitchell, robbed the Airport Inn motel in Birmingham. Armed with pistols and wearing no masks to hide their faces from security cameras, the two men took three people hostage in the lobby. The victims were Kim Olney, 28, the motel desk clerk, John Aylesworth, 42, a guest who had just checked out and was waiting for a ride, and Dorothy Smith, 58, a woman who was about to check in to the motel. Prosecutors stated that all three victims were shot in the back of the head at close range, execution style. Forensic evidence indicated that Byrd personally shot John Aylesworth while Mitchell shot Olney and Smith. Byrd was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder in June 2007, 3 counts for each individual murder during a robbery, and 1 count for the murder of two or more people. The jury recommended the death penalty by a vote of 11-1 for 3 counts and 10-2 for the fourth. On August 17, 2007, Circuit Judge Bill Cole accepted the recommendation and sentenced Byrd to death. Brandon Mitchell was also convicted and remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility. Randy Lamont Lewis. Lewis is on death row for the 2006 capital murder of 22-year-old Taurus Frost in Birmingham. On March 28, 2006, the incident began when Frost asked his girlfriend, Von Trichessa Davis, for a ride to meet Lewis in the Ansley neighborhood. Lewis then forced Davis into another vehicle with two other men. When she attempted to escape, Lewis ran her over with his car. He then stole Davis's car that also had two children in the back. Lewis abandoned Davis's car behind a vacant house in Ansley with the children still locked inside. They spent the entire night in the car with Frost's dead body in the front seat, and they were discovered the following morning. The jury recommended a death sentence by a 10-2 vote, which was formally imposed by the trial judge on June 29, 2007. Lewis was also sentenced to life imprisonment for the attempted murder of Von Trichessa Davis. His direct appeals were denied, and the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed his death sentence in 2009. In January 2021, a circuit court vacated his death sentence after finding that Lewis had received ineffective assistance of counsel during the penalty phase of his original trial. However, the state of Alabama appealed this decision to reinstate the death penalty, and as of May 2022, the legal proceedings regarding his sentence were still ongoing in the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals. Brent Edward Martin. Martin is on death row for the September 8, 2005 capital murders of two men during a violent kidnapping spree in Phoenix City, Russell County. The murders occurred during a broader event in which Martin abducted multiple people in an attempt to lure his estranged wife to him. Martin killed Johnny Randolph, 21, his brother-in-law, and Daryl Maurice Carrillo, 18. Their bodies were found in Phoenix City. He kidnapped a total of 5 people, including 3 women and a young child. One of the female hostages eventually escaped and alerted authorities. Prosecutors established that the spree was a desperate and violent attempt to force his estranged wife, Lakeisha Randolph, to meet with him after their marriage deteriorated. In 2007, Martin was convicted of 3 counts of capital murder. The jury found him guilty of murder committed during a kidnapping and the murder of 2 or more persons pursuant to a single scheme. By a 10-2 vote, the jury recommended the death penalty. At the time of his sentencing, Martin was already serving 2 life terms for a January 2006 jailbreak from the Russell County Jail, during which he shot and wounded a corrections officer while attempting to escape. Brandon Dion Mitchell. Mitchell is on death row for the 2005 Thanksgiving Day triple murders of 3 people during a robbery at the Airport Inn motel in Birmingham. On November 24, 2005, Mitchell and his accomplice, Roderick Bird, robbed the airport inn when the men entered the motel lobby armed with pistols. Security footage showed them shooting three people in the head at close range: Kim Olney, 28, Dorothy Smith, 52, and John Aylesworth, 42. The pair fled with a cash drawer containing approximately $300 and a safe. Mitchell was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder in 2006. The jury originally voted 10-2 to recommend a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, but the trial judge, William Bill Cole, overrode the jury's recommendation and sentenced Mitchell to death. Judge Cole justified the override by citing aggravating circumstances, including the heinous, atrocious, or cruel nature of the crime and Mitchell's prior history of violent felonies. Just 2 days after the motel robbery, Mitchell killed a fourth person, Corey Brazel, 32. He later pleaded guilty to that murder and received a sentence of life without parole. Bobby O'Lee Phillips. Phillips is on death row for the November 2002 capital murder of Paul LeMaster during a violent crime spree following a jail escape. On November 4, 2002, Phillips and 3 other inmates escaped from the Covington County Jail. While at large, Phillips and his co-defendant, Oscar Roy Doster, engaged in a 2-week crime spree across multiple states. 2 days after escaping, the pair stole guns and ammunition from an unoccupied trailer. They then went to the nearby residence of Paul LeMaster, where Phillips shot LeMaster in the back while he was cooking dinner. After the shooting, the men entered the trailer, stole money and the keys to LeMaster's truck, and used the vehicle to continue their flight. The spree ended on November 18, 2002, when Phillips and Doster were arrested in Ozona, Texas. In 2007, a jury unanimously recommended the death penalty by a 12-0 vote, and the trial judge formally sentenced Phillips to death on May 16, 2007. In addition to the capital convictions, he was found guilty of 16 other crimes, including escape and multiple counts of burglary. Michael Wayne Reynolds. Reynolds is on death row for the May 2003 brutal triple capital murder of a North Gadsden family. On May 25, 2003, Reynolds entered the home of the Martin family on Tidmore Bend Road in North Gadsden. During a robbery for money, he murdered all 3 residents. Charles Chuck Martin, 38, stabbed 11 times during a struggle in the kitchen. Melinda Martin, 31, she was stabbed 24 times in a bedroom. And Savannah Martin, 8 years old, the couple's young daughter, who was also stabbed to death. After the killings, Reynolds doused the victims' bodies with gasoline and set them on fire in an attempt to cover up the crime. He fled the scene with Melinda's purse and the cordless telephone. Reynolds was convicted in October 2007 on 5 counts of capital murder. These charges included murder of 2 or more persons pursuant to a single scheme, murder during the course of a first-degree robbery, and murder of a child under the age of 14. The jury recommended a death sentence by a unanimous 12-0 vote, which the trial judge followed in December 2007. Reynolds has spent years challenging his conviction through state and federal appeals. His appeals frequently centered on his former girlfriend, Marcy West, who testified that she drove him to the scene and witnessed parts of the attack. Reynolds' defense team argued that the state withheld evidence of a deal for leniency regarding West's own drug charges in exchange for her testimony. Anthony Lee Stanley. Stanley is on death row for the June 2005 robbery and brutal murder of 52-year-old Henry Earl Smith in Tuscumbia. According to trial evidence, Stanley and his wife Shelley lured Smith to their apartment under the guise of paying him for medication. Upon Smith's arrival, Stanley attacked him with an aluminum baseball bat, striking him multiple times in the face and body. After knocking Smith to the floor, Stanley used steak knife to stab the victim 36 times in the back, while Smith begged for his life. The crime was discovered 2 days later when the landlord's son entered the apartment and found Smith's body rolled in a comforter. Stanley was convicted of capital murder in April 2007. His case is a notable example of Alabama's former practice of judicial override. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 8-4 to recommend a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, the judge overturned the jury's recommendation and sentenced Stanley to death, citing the gruesome and barbaric nature of the crime. His wife, Shelley, entered the plea deal and she was sentenced to life in prison. Kim Van Pelt. Pelt is on death row for the November 2004 capital murder of his wife, Sandra Marie Osmond Van Pelt, in Tuscumbia. The case gained national attention because the couple had met in an internet chat room and had been married for only 13 days at the time of the murder. Prosecutors established that Van Pelt killed his wife for pecuniary gain. Just 3 days after the wedding, he took out a $300,000 life insurance policy on her, and then he named himself as the sole beneficiary. Sandra died from a combination of head injuries and suffocation. Forensic investigators used luminol to discover bloodstains matching the victim in the master bedroom of the couple's mobile home. After killing her, Van Pelt reported her missing, claiming she had never returned from running errands. Her nude body was discovered on Thanksgiving Day 2004, dumped on the side of a road in Marion County. In December 2006, a Colbert County jury convicted Van Pelt of capital murder. By a 10-2 vote, the jury recommended the death penalty. Circuit Judge Jackie Hatcher followed the recommendation and sentenced Van Pelt to death on March 6, 2007. As of April 2026, Van Pelt remains on death row at Holman Correctional Facility. His numerous appeals, including claims of ineffective counsel and suppressed evidence, have been consistently denied by the Alabama Supreme Court and the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals. In 2024, Van Pelt petitioned to intervene in legal proceedings regarding nitrogen hypoxia, the state's newest execution method, signaling he may be considering it for his own execution. Wakili Brown. Brown is on death row for the 2001 capital murder of his girlfriend and her mother in Talladega County. In March 2001, Brown murdered Cheria Jamison, 26, and her mother Dottie Jamison, 49, in the home they shared. Both victims were brutally beaten to death, suffering multiple traumatic head injuries from what investigators believed was a hammer. Following the murders, Brown stole Dottie's car and fled to Cleveland, Ohio, with Cheria's 3 young children. He was captured in Cleveland after a 25-hour standoff with a SWAT team, during which he barricaded himself in a house before eventually surrendering to authorities. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, a recommendation that was upheld by Circuit Judge Bo Hollingsworth. At his sentencing, Brown continued to maintain his innocence. Alfonso Morris. Morris is on death row for the February 25, 1997 capital murder of 85-year-old Miriam Rochester in Birmingham, Jefferson County. According to trial records and court documents, Morris entered Rochester's East Lake home to commit a robbery. The man bludgeoned Rochester to death inside her residence. Medical evidence indicated she was frail and died from a severe beating. Hours after the crime, police caught Morris with the victim's jewelry in his pocket and her blood on his shoe. Investigators also found a cigarette butt inside the victim's home containing his DNA. The killing was classified as capital because it occurred during the commission of a first-degree burglary and a first-degree robbery. Morris has had 3 separate trials due to various legal reversals. His first trial was in 2003. He was convicted and sentenced to death, but the conviction was overturned by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals because he had been denied funds to hire an independent mental health expert. His second trial was in April 2008. This trial ended in a mistrial after the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict. His third trial took place in May 2008, and Morris was again convicted of capital murder. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, and Circuit Judge Tommy Nail finalized the sentence on June 20, 2008. Morris remains incarcerated on death row at Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore. His appeals for post-conviction relief have been consistently denied. Most recently, in August 2024, his federal habeas corpus petition was reviewed by the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Alabama. David Philip Wilson. Wilson is on death row for the 2004 robbery and capital murder of 64-year-old Dewey Walker in Doughton, Houston County. On April 13, 2004, Wilson and 3 accomplices broke into Dewey Walker's home. Prosecutors argued the group targeted Walker to steal his customized van and the collection of rare coins. During the burglary, Walker was fatally beaten and strangled. Forensic evidence showed Walker suffered numerous injuries, and investigators stated that Wilson confessed to hitting Walker with a bat and choking him with an extension cord. Three others, Kitty Corley, Michael Ray Jackson, and Matthew Marsh, were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 23 to 25 years for their roles in the crime. Wilson was convicted of capital murder in December 2007 and sentenced to death in January 2008. By a 10-2 vote, the jury recommended a death sentence, which the circuit court accepted. A major controversy in Wilson's case involves a confessional letter allegedly written in 2004 by his accomplice, Kitty Corley. In this letter, Corley claimed she was the one who beat Walker with a baseball bat until he fell. Although prosecutors possessed this letter before Wilson's trial, it was not disclosed to his defense team for nearly 20 years. In 2023, a federal judge ordered the state to turn over the letter, noting that while Wilson's own confession was damning, the accomplice's admission of a greater role could have influenced the jury's sentencing recommendation. His current legal team, led by Professor Bernard Harcourt, is challenging his conviction through a habeas corpus petition based on the withheld evidence and claims of ineffective counsel regarding his Asperger's syndrome diagnosis. Wilson has also filed a lawsuit to block Alabama from executing him via nitrogen hypoxia, citing chronic lung problems and sensory sensitivities that he argues would make the method inhumane for him. Mario Dion Woodward. Woodward is on death row for the September 28, 2006 capital murder of Montgomery police officer Keith Hoots. The murder occurred during a routine traffic stop. When Officer Hoots approached Woodward's vehicle, Woodward shot him in the jaw, severing his spine. As the officer lay on the ground, Woodward shot him 4 more times. Officer Hoots died from his injuries 2 days later. Following the shooting, Woodward fled to Georgia, where he was captured by federal marshals in Atlanta the next day. He was convicted on 2 counts of capital murder, intentionally killing a on-duty police officer, and murder committed by firing a weapon from inside the vehicle. Woodward remains incarcerated on death row at Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore. His numerous appeals, including a 2018 request for a rehearing based on biometric analysis of a dashcam footage, have been denied by state and federal courts. James Scott Largen. Largen is on death row for the March 15, 2007 capital murders of his parents, Jimmy, 68, and Peggy, 56, in their Woodland Forest home in Tuscaloosa. Largen had recently moved back into his parents' home after a stay in a rehabilitation facility. He shot both of his parents multiple times at close range with a .22 caliber rifle. He attempted to clean up the crime scene before shoving their bodies down the stairs leading to the cellar. The murders were classified as capital offenses because they occurred during a first-degree robbery and they were committed pursuant to a single scheme. Immediately after the killings, he stole his parents' cash, credit cards, and a collection of prescription pills. He spent the next 24 hours on a crack cocaine binge, using their credit cards to buy video game systems, which he then traded for more drugs. Largen was convicted of 2 counts of capital murder in August 2009, and the jury recommended the death penalty by an 11-1 vote. During the penalty phase, prosecutors emphasized that he showed no remorse for his actions, allegedly telling a police investigator that the killings were not murder, not in the cold-blooded sense. Calvin McMillan. McMillan is on death row for the August 29, 2007 capital murder of 23-year-old James Brian Martin in a Walmart parking lot in Millbrook, Elmore County. McMillan was 18 years old at the time of the offense. He approached Martin with the intent to steal his pickup truck. Martin, a father of 2, had stopped at Walmart to purchase diapers and wipes on his way home from a Montgomery Biscuit baseball game. McMillan shot Martin as he was starting his truck, then pulled him from the vehicle and fired additional shots into him before fleeing in the stolen truck. Police captured McMillan the following day. They found the victim's half-eaten package of Reese's Cups in McMillan's pocket and a banking document in the truck where McMillan had already added his own signature to the loan papers. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 8-4 to recommend life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Circuit Judge John Bush overrode the jury's recommendation and sentenced McMillan to death. The judge noted the savagery of the crime and ruled that the aggravating circumstances outweighed the mitigating factor of McMillan's young age. McMillan remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility. In 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear his petition to vacate his death sentence on the grounds that judicial overrides are unconstitutional. Christy Michelle Scott. Scott is on death row for the 2008 arson murder of her 6-year-old autistic son, Mason Scott. On August 16, 2008, a fire broke out of the family home in Russellville while Scott's husband was away. Scott escaped the burning house with her younger son Noah, but left Mason inside. Firefighters later discovered Mason's body. A medical examiner testified he was burned alive after likely being overcome by smoke inhalation. Prosecutors established that Scott intentionally set the fire to collect insurance money. The investigation revealed she had purchased a $100,000 life insurance policy on Mason just 12 hours before his death and held another $75,000 policy. More than 70 witnesses testified during the trial, which remains one of the longest in Franklin County history. Testimony indicated the fire was deliberately set in the bedroom Mason shared with his brother. In July 2009, a jury convicted Scott of 3 counts of capital murder. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 7-5 to recommend a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Circuit Judge Terry Dempsey overrode the jury's recommendation and sentenced Scott to death on August 5, 2009. The judge stated that justice must be served given the horrific nature of a mother killing her own child for money. Scott is currently incarcerated at the Julia Tutwiler Prison for Women. Her death sentence was upheld by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals in 2012 and by the Alabama Supreme Court in 2014. Donald Dwayne Watley. Watley is on death row for the brutal 2007 capital murder and first-degree robbery of 56-year-old motel owner Pravin Bhai Pete Patel in Mobile, Alabama. On December 2, 2007, Watley met Patel outside a local bar. He targeted Patel with the specific intent of robbing him. Watley brought the victim back to a motel room where he severely beat Patel to death during the course of a first-degree robbery. According to investigators, he then fled the state to Texas where he allegedly killed a woman while on the run. He later blamed his violent actions on severe drug and alcohol impairment. In November 2008, a Mobile County Circuit Court jury convicted Watley of capital murder. During the penalty phase, Watley's defense argued for life without parole, citing a deeply dysfunctional childhood with abuse, depression, polysubstance dependency, and a newfound religious conversion. However, the jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. The judge accepted the recommendation, noting aggravating factors including a prior history of violent crime and the heinous, atrocious, or cruel nature of the murder. David Howard Wiggins. Wiggins is on death row for the October 29, 2005 shooting, death, and robbery of 58-year-old mechanic Kyle Cavins in Fort Mitchell. On October 29, 2005, Wiggins targeted Cavins at his shop with the intent to rob him for drug and beer money. When the victim returned to the auto shop and a tow truck, Wiggins shot him multiple times. An autopsy revealed Cavins was shot in the right hip, chest, and right ear, with the latter 2 wounds being fatal. His body was later found outside the business by his wife and a friend. The day after the murder, Wiggins committed a separate armed carjacking in nearby Phoenix City. He held a man named Jonathan Beasley at gunpoint, stealing his Ford Ranger truck, money, and cigarettes. In March 2009, a Russell County jury convicted Wiggins of capital murder, murder committed during the course of a robbery, and first-degree robbery. Forensic biologists linked Wiggins to the crime scene after finding the victim's blood on Wiggins's jeans and t-shirt. During the trial, he testified on his own behalf, admitting that he was highly intoxicated, having consumed around 20 beers and smoked Mary Jane when he shot Cavins. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. On April 30, 2009, Circuit Court Judge George Green formally sentenced Wiggins to death by lethal injection for the capital murder, alongside a consecutive life sentence for the robbery. Vernon Lamar Yancey. Yancey is on death row for the March 23, 1995 armed robbery and cold-blooded execution of grocery store clerk Mattie Pee Wee Sports in Phoenix City, Alabama. His case is historically notable because he remains on death row due to a judicial override where a trial judge rejected the jury's recommendation for life imprisonment and imposed the death penalty instead. On the night of March 23, 1995, Yancey entered the grocery store wearing an orange ski mask and gloves, carrying a sawed-off shotgun hidden under a raincoat. He walked straight to Sports and shot her in the face at close range, killing her instantly. After the shooting, Yancey chased the victim's daughter-in-law, who also worked at the store, forcing her to hand over roughly $1,500 from the register and the cigarette carton. Despite the loose-fitting ski mask, the surviving employee recognized Yancey's face and eyes as a frequent store customer. Yancey was initially convicted of capital murder in 1997. The original jury voted 10-2 to recommend death, and the judge agreed. However, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals overturned this conviction in 2001 because prosecutors unconstitutionally discriminated against black prospective jurors during selection. Yancey was retried in 2005. The new jury convicted him of capital murder but voted 7-5 to recommend a sentence of life imprisonment without parole. Under Alabama law at the time, judges had the authority to override jury verdicts, pointing to aggravating factors such as the calculated execution of a defenseless clerk. The trial judge overrode the jury's life recommendation and sentenced him to death. Timothy Scott Boyle. Boyle is on death row for the brutal 2005 abuse and capital murder of his girlfriend's 2-year-old daughter, Savannah White, in Rainbow City. On October 26, 2005, Boyle brought a non-responsive Savannah to a Gadsden hospital. She was in a coma and passed away the next day at Children's Hospital in Birmingham. An autopsy conducted by a state forensic pathologist revealed that Savannah died from severe brain swelling caused by a series of blunt force head injuries hidden by her hair. The medical examiner found that she had been repeatedly hit over a period of days. Her body also bore non-accidental cigarette burns and extensive bruising across her face, shoulders, and legs. Savannah's older sister, who was just 5 years old at the time, testified at trial that she witnessed Boyle repeatedly abuse the toddler. She said that Boyle slammed Savannah's head against a car door, threw her against a bathtub, and held her head underwater multiple times shortly before her death. The jury deliberated for 3 hours before returning a unanimous 12-0 recommendation for the death penalty. Michael Brandon Kelly. Kelly is on death row for the November 2008 kidnapping, horrific essay, and strangulation murder of 23-year-old Emily Lynn Milling in St. Clair County, Alabama. On the night of November 14, 2008, Milling was seen leaving a local nightclub in Leeds together with Kelly, who worked as a long-haul truck driver. She was never seen alive again. Forensic evidence and autopsy results revealed that Kelly took the victim to his mobile home in Moody, Alabama, where he subjected her to extreme physical essay using household objects while she was still conscious. He then beat and choked her to death. Milling's battered body was discovered 3 days later, discarded off a rural road in Leeds. Investigators uncovered a wealth of physical evidence, matching the victim's blood and DNA to the interior of Kelly's mobile home and his Chevrolet Blazer vehicle. Following the murder, Kelly fled the state. On November 19, 2008, federal marshals tracked him down and arrested him at a motel in Pico Rivera, a suburb of Los Angeles, California, before extraditing him back to Alabama. At trial, Kelly claimed innocence, alleging he fell asleep and woke up to find 2 unnamed men had killed the victim inside his trailer. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. Ronnie Lynn Kursky. Kursky is on death row for the horrific April 2006 beating and capital murder of his girlfriend's 23-month-old son, Cornell Norwood, in Gadsden. On April 15, 2006, the victim's mother returned home to find her infant son lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The toddler was rushed to the hospital, but he died shortly after from catastrophic internal trauma. An autopsy revealed that Cornell suffered a skull fracture alongside crushing traumatic injuries to his stomach, heart, lungs, and diaphragm. His aorta had been completely torn and was bleeding freely. While Kursky claimed at trial that he had merely accidentally fallen on the boy, detectives testified that Kursky confessed during his initial interrogation that he had hit and kicked the toddler, then put his foot on the child and stood on him with all of his weight. In February 2010, a jury rejected Kirksky's accident defense, deliberating for less than 2 hours before finding him guilty of capital murder. During the penalty phase, the jury also voted unanimously 12-0 to find that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, recommending the death penalty. Ryan Gerald Russell. Russell is on death row for the horrific June 16, 2008 point-blank execution of his 11-year-old second cousin and ward, Catherine Helen Gillespie, inside his Inverness rental home in Shelby County. After her mother died and her grandmother's health failed, Russell became her legal guardian and was actively in the process of adopting her. On June 16, 2008, Russell and Catherine were involved in a minor hit-and-run car accident where his Cadillac Escalade struck another vehicle. The teenagers from that vehicle followed him back to his home to confront him. Catherine briefly stepped out of the SUV crying and pleading with the teenagers not to call the police. Soon after going inside, Catherine attempted to hide from an enraged Russell. She squeezed into a narrow, 12-inch space between the clothes dryer and the laundry room wall. Russell found her, pressed a Glock handgun against the back of her skull, and pulled the trigger, killing her instantly. To hide the crime, Russell stuffed the child's body headfirst into a plastic trash can, carried it out to his garage, and placed it in the back seat of his SUV. Responding police officers investigating the hit and run discovered the trash can and her remains. In November 2010, a Shelby County jury deliberated for just 35 minutes before finding Russell guilty of capital murder. At trial, the defense argued the shooting was an unintentional accident, which the jury rejected. To illustrate the brutality of the act, the prosecution built a full-size replica of the laundry room in the courtroom. During the penalty phase, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to find that the murder was heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and they returned a unanimous 12-0 recommendation for the death penalty. Jesse Earl Schwing. Schwing is on death row for the cold-blooded November 28, 2008 shooting death and first-degree robbery of 21-year-old convenience store clerk Sean Adam Cook in Oxford. Schwing, a Georgia native who had recently violated his parole, entered the convenience store the day after Thanksgiving. Store surveillance footage captured Schwing engaging Cook in a friendly, casual conversation. When Cook briefly turned his head to look out the window at a passing vehicle, Schwing pulled a stolen revolver from his coat and shot Cook point-blank in the head, killing him instantly. Immediately after the shooting, Schwing grabbed the store's cash register drawer and fled in a getaway vehicle driven by an accomplice. The accomplices later helped him split the cash and abandon the drawer on a remote road. In addition to capital murder, Schwing was indicted and convicted for the theft of a 2003 GMC Yukon Sport utility vehicle. While awaiting trial in the Calhoun County Jail, Schwing violently attacked another inmate, stabbing him more than 80 times. In September 2010, he went to trial in Calhoun County. After viewing the explicit store surveillance video and the recorded videotaped confession Schwing gave to investigators following his arrest, the jury deliberated for just 9 minutes before finding him guilty of capital murder and theft of property. During the penalty phase, defense attorneys presented mitigating evidence regarding Schwing's turbulent childhood, noting he had been given up for adoption and shuffled back and forth by his biological mother. The prosecution instead presented aggravating factors, including his extensive prior felony history and jailhouse stabbings. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. Justin White. White is on death row for the July 11, 2006 burglary, essay, and strangulation murder of 17-year-old Jasmine Parker in her Birmingham apartment. On July 11, 2006, the victim was found nearly nude inside her family's North Birmingham apartment with a pair of her own jeans tightly wrapped around her neck. Forensic evidence proved she was essayed and slowly strangled. White broke into the residence to commit the assault. Less than 4 months later, on October 31, 2006, White attacked 20-year-old Syria Black, a nursing student at the University of Alabama. He choked her with his hands, used her jeans belt to finish suffocating her, and hid her body in the trunk of her own car. In February 2008, a jury in Bessemer, Alabama, convicted White of capital murder for Syria Black's death. The jury voted 8-4 for life without parole, and Circuit Judge Mac Parsons followed that recommendation, sentencing White to life in prison. However, in December 2009, White stood trial in Birmingham for the murder of Jasmine Parker. The jury found him guilty of 2 counts of capital murder, murder during an essay, and murder during a burglary. During the penalty phase, the jury heard extensive testimony regarding White's history of severe mental illness and impulse control problems. The jury voted 9-3 to recommend life without parole. But on February 4, 2010, Jefferson County Circuit Judge Clyde Jones utilized Alabama's then active judicial override law to reject the jury's verdict and sentence White to death. Bartwain Johnson. Johnson is on death row for the cold-blooded December 3, 2009 roadside execution of 33-year-old Pelham police officer Philip Davis during a routine traffic stop on Interstate 65. Officer Philip Davis, a 7-year veteran of the Pelham Police Department, was a husband and father of 2 young children. Late on December 3, 2009, Davis pulled over Johnson, a Kimberly-based pharmacist, for a routine speeding violation. After Davis wrote a $75 traffic citation and walked back to accommodate Johnson, Johnson pulled out a pistol from his vehicle and shot the on-duty officer directly in the face, killing him instantly. Forensic analysts tracked Johnson and discovered the officer's blood directly on his clothing. The same was found in his Acura sedan, and the murder weapon was hidden inside his glove box. At trial, Johnson's defense claimed he was not guilty by reason of insanity, arguing he suffered a brief psychotic episode from overwork, which the jury rejected after 2 hours of deliberation. They voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. Courtney Lockhart. On March 4, 2008, Lockhart, a 23-year-old U.S. Army veteran who had been dishonorably discharged after serving in Iraq, embarked on a violent crime spree. His primary crime involved Lauren Burke, an 18-year-old freshman at Auburn University. Lockhart waited in an Auburn campus parking lot and accosted Burke at gunpoint as she walked to her car. He forced her into the vehicle, made her strip naked, and robbed her. Lockhart drove Burke around for roughly 30 minutes while complaining about his life and employment. In a desperate bid to escape, Burke opened the passenger door and leaped from the moving car. Lockhart shot her in the back as she jumped. Burke was left severely injured and naked on Alabama State Route 147, where she later died at a hospital. Lockhart torched her car on campus to cover his tracks and fled. He was captured 3 days later after a high-speed police chase following an unrelated robbery attempt. He was tried in the Lee County Circuit Court in November 2010. The prosecution presented a recorded video confession and physical evidence, including Burke's iPod, which was found on Lockhart when he was arrested. The defense argued that the shooting was accidental and that Lockhart suffered from severe mental distress following a brutal 16-month deployment in Ramadi, Iraq. The jury ultimately rejected the accident defense and convicted him of capital murder committed during a first-degree robbery. During the penalty phase, the defense presented evidence of Lockhart's combat-related trauma and subsequent spiral into severe PTSD. Moved by his military service and mental health struggles, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to sentence Lockhart to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In March 2011, presiding Circuit Judge Jacob Walker overrode the jury's unanimous life recommendation and sentenced Lockhart to death by lethal injection. The judge justified the capital sentence by highlighting the brutal nature of the crime and pointing out Lockhart's broader, multi-city crime spree, which the jury had not been permitted to hear about during the trial's guilt phase. David Dwayne Riley. On January 10, 2005, Riley robbed Scott Michael Kirtley, a 38-year-old cashier working at Dandy's Package Store No. 2 in Florence, Alabama. Security footage showed Riley scoping out the business earlier in the day before returning to commit the robbery. He held Kirtley at gunpoint and forced him to hand over the money in the cash register. Riley later stated he committed the crime to pay off a drug debt. After securing the money, Riley led Kirtley at gunpoint into a back storage room. Kirtley was shot 3 times, including an execution-style contact wound to the head. A friend later testified that Riley admitted he shot Kirtley once, heard him screaming, and then shot him 2 more times to finish it. When police apprehended Riley hours later, they conducted a safety pat-down and found 3 packs of cigarettes. One of the packs was stained with blood, which forensic DNA testing later proved belonged to Kurt Lee. Riley was originally convicted of capital murder in 2007. The jury recommended death and the trial court agreed. However, in December 2009, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals overturned his conviction. The court ruled that the trial judge failed to instruct the jury to ignore highly prejudicial evidence regarding Riley's past juvenile history and prior convictions, requiring a complete retrial. Riley's retrial took place in March 2011 in the Lauderdale County Circuit Court. His defense attorneys pushed for a lesser charge of manslaughter, arguing that Riley did not intend to kill Kurt Lee. The jury rejected this defense, taking just 20 minutes to deliberate and convict Riley of capital murder committed during a first-degree robbery. During the penalty phase, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend the death penalty. In April 2011, Lauderdale County Circuit Judge Mike Jones formally accepted the jury's recommendation and sentenced Riley to death. Aubrey Lynn Shaw. On August 19, 2007, Shaw, who was 32 at the time, went on a drug-fueled rampage at a farmhouse on the Gilbert Stables farm in St. Elmo, South Mobile County, Alabama. The homeowners were Shaw's elderly great-aunt and great-uncle, Doris Gilbert, 83, and Robert Gilbert, 79. Shaw broke into the home while high on crack cocaine. He attacked the couple in their bedroom, using a steak knife to stab and slash them a combined 50 times, 18 times to Doris and 32 times to Robert. Medical examiners noted numerous defensive wounds, indicating their deaths were not instantaneous, but drawn out and painful. After the murders, he searched his great-uncle's pockets for cash and stole 2 firearms from the house, and the next morning, Shaw went to his mother's house and confessed to a neighbor, stating, "I killed 2 people." Deputies from the Mobile County Sheriff's Department apprehended him hours later, hiding under a bed. He was barefoot, wearing socks and pants heavily stained with Robert Gilbert's blood. Shaw's trial took place in March 2011 in the Mobile County Circuit Court. His primary defense was voluntary intoxication. His attorneys argued that he was so high on crack cocaine that he lacked the capability to form the specific intent to commit capital murder. The defense also highlighted mitigating factors from Shaw's past, including severe childhood SA and physical beatings inflicted by his grandmother. The jury rejected the intoxication defense, taking into account the calculated nature of the burglary and robbery. He was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder. By a 10-2 vote, the jury recommended the death penalty. In July 2011, Mobile County Circuit Judge Michael Young Peter followed the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Shaw to die by lethal injection. Tawan Towns. On November 13, 2008, Towns, who had just turned 18 years old, completed only the 8th grade, and had no prior criminal record, participated in an armed robbery. Towns and an acquaintance, Cornelius Benton, targeted Christopher Woods, a 28-year-old resident of Dothan, Alabama. Dressed in dark clothing and wearing masks, Towns, armed with a .22 caliber rifle, and Benton, armed with a pistol, drove to Woods' house. Around 2 p.m., they violently kicked in the front door to execute a burglary. Once inside, a confrontation ensued. Woods was shot and killed during the home invasion. After his arrest, Towns admitted to planning the robbery but maintained that he only fired a warning shot to frighten Woods, claiming it was actually Benton who fired the fatal shots. Towns was tried in the Houston County Circuit Court in March 2011. Under Alabama law, a defendant can only be sentenced to death for capital murder if they possess the specific intent to kill. If Towns only intended to rob or scare Woods, he would be guilty of felony murder, which does not carry the death penalty. The defense centered entirely on Towns lacking the intent to kill. The jury rejected the defense's argument and convicted Towns of capital murder committed during the course of a burglary. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. The trial judge accepted the proposal and formally sentenced Towns to death. Corey Allen Wimbley. On the morning of December 19, 2008, Wimbley targeted a local small business in Washington County. The store owner was Connie Ray Wheat, a 55-year-old businessman who was working alone at his business, Harris Grocery. Wimbley entered the grocery store to commit an armed robbery. During the course of the robbery, Wheat was shot and killed behind the counter. To destroy physical evidence of the crime, Wimbley doused the store counter, floor, and Wheat's body in gasoline. Witnesses driving by the scene spotted Wimbley fleeing the store into a waiting getaway car before the building could erupt into flames. Shortly after, customers entered the store, noticed the strong smell of gasoline, and discovered Wheats's body. Forensic analysts matched the footprint found on a paper bag behind the grocery store counter to the shoes Wimbley was wearing when police apprehended him at a bus station later that day. Gasoline residue was also found on Wheats's clothing. In 2011, a jury found Wimbley guilty of 2 counts of capital murder, 1 count for murder committed during a robbery and 1 count for murder committed during an arson. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 11-1 to recommend death for the robbery murder count and 10-2 for the arson murder count. In October 2011, Circuit Judge Gaines McCorkadale accepted the jury's recommendations and formally sentenced Wimbley to death. Michael Bragg Wolf. On March 5, 2008, Wolf murdered his family inside their mobile home off Schillinger Road in West Mobile, Alabama. The victims were his 30-year-old wife, Angel Marie Wolf, and their 2-year-old son, Charles Aidan Wolf. Wolf had become intensely obsessed with whether he was Aidan's biological father. 2 days prior to the murders, he had visited a biomedical testing laboratory to retrieve the results of a paternity test. Workers at the facility later testified that Wolf appeared highly confused, anxious, and deeply troubled by the generic statistical data on the report. Driven by jealousy and rage following a day of domestic arguments, Wolf used a .38 caliber revolver to shoot both his wife and toddler son. Angel was shot in the chin and Aidan was shot in the cheek. Just after midnight, Wolf fled the mobile home, stopped at a nearby gas station, and dialed emergency services. On the recorded emergency call, he explicitly stated, "I just killed 2 people, my family. I need to go to jail." He surrendered to police shortly after. Wolf's capital murder trial took place in October and November 2010 in the Mobile County Circuit Court. He took the stand in his own defense. His legal team tried to argue that the shooting of the toddler was an accident that occurred when Angel grabbed his arms during a domestic struggle, and that he shot his wife afterward out of extreme emotional distress. They requested the jury consider a lesser charge of manslaughter. The prosecution heavily refuted the accident defense, pointing out that Wolf brought a loaded gun into the home, shot both victims at close range, and deliberately abandoned his dying son. On November 2, 2010, the jury convicted Wolf of 2 counts of capital murder, 1 count for killing 2 or more people via a single course of conduct, and 1 count for murdering a child under the age of 14. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 11-1 to recommend the death penalty. In February 2011, Mobile County Circuit Judge Joseph Johnston followed the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Wolf to die by lethal injection. Taurus Jermaine Carroll. Carroll's capital murder charges are built upon a legal trajectory involving 2 separate homicide victims. In 1995, Carroll, then 17 years old, shot and killed Betty Long, the owner of the Kingston Laundromat in Birmingham, Alabama. Long was shot in the abdomen in front of her daughter during an armed robbery. While serving time for Long's murder at the St. Clair Correctional Facility, Carroll became obsessed with a rumor that somebody had stolen his prohibited contraband cellular phone. On September 14, 2009, Carroll confronted Michael Turner, a 38-year-old inmate serving time for robbery who was scheduled to be released in less than a year. Despite Turner repeatedly denying taking the phone, Carroll attacked him with an improvised knife fashioned from an air conditioner vent. Turner fled into an individual prison cell to escape, but Carroll forced his way inside. As the man begged for his life, Carroll stabbed him 16 times in the head, neck, and body. Turner died in the prison infirmary, and Carroll later confessed to guards that he intended to kill him. Investigators later found that another inmate, not Turner, had actually stolen the phone. Carroll was tried in the St. Clair County Circuit Court in September 2012 for Turner's murder. Because he killed someone while already serving a life sentence and because he committed a murder having already been convicted of another homicide within the preceding 20 years, the crime automatically qualified as a capital offense under Alabama law. The jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend the death penalty, and the trial court judge accepted the recommendation. Gregory Lance Henderson. On September 24, 2009, Henderson, a Columbus, Georgia native with an extensive criminal record, committed a fatal capital offense in rural Smith Station, Alabama. Lee County Sheriff's Deputy James Anderson pulled Henderson over for a routine traffic violation involving a swapped license plate. Henderson, who was under the influence of methamphetamine, Xanax, and Mary Jane at the time, panicked. Rather than submitting to the stop, he attempted to flee the scene in his vehicle. In doing so, Henderson ran over Deputy Anderson, pinning the officer underneath his car. Deputy Anderson died from the severe injuries sustained while trapped beneath the vehicle. A woman dating Henderson at the time later testified that he had explicitly told her prior to the incident that he would kill any police officer who ever tried to pull him over. Henderson was indicted and tried in the Lee County Circuit Court. His defense attorneys argued that the killing was not intentional. They contended that Henderson was heavily intoxicated on drugs and that running over the deputy was a tragic, reckless accident born of his attempt to escape. The prosecution countered with Henderson's prior statements about killing law enforcement and argued he deliberately chose to use his vehicle as a deadly weapon. On October 4, 2011, the jury rejected the accident defense and convicted Henderson of capital murder for the intentional killing of a on-duty law enforcement officer. During the penalty phase, the jury weighed aggravating factors against mitigating factors, such as Henderson's substance abuse and expressions of remorse. By a 9-3 vote, the jury recommended a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Under Alabama law at the time, a jury's sentencing verdict was only considered advisory. In September 2012, presiding Lee County Circuit Judge Jacob Walker rejected the jury's recommendation. The final sentencing phase was uniquely delayed after the state discovered recorded telephone conversations Henderson made while held in the Russell County Jail. Prosecutors argued these jailhouse audio logs proved Henderson actually possessed a profound lack of remorse and harbored violent tendencies. Citing the jailhouse audio recordings, the explicit wishes of Deputy Anderson's widow and family, and Henderson's violent history of aggravated assault in Georgia, Judge Walker overrode the jury and sentenced Henderson to death by lethal injection. Jesse Phillips. On February 27, 2009, Phillips, an Albertville, Alabama resident, was with his family at a McDonald's restaurant before traveling to the Lakeside Car Wash in Guntersville, Alabama, where his brother-in-law worked. The victims were his 23-year-old wife, Erica Drose Phillips, and her 8-week-old unborn child. The couple's 2 young children and Erica's brother Billy were present at the scene. According to investigators and witness testimony, Phillips became intensely enraged after noticing that his wife had not changed their young daughter's wet diaper. While inside the car wash bay, Phillips produced a gun. Erica screamed for her brother to help her, triggering a brief physical struggle. Phillips then shot Erica in the back of the head at close range, leaving her body on the pavement, before fleeing the scene in her vehicle. The woman was rushed to Huntsville Hospital, where she and her unborn child died the following morning. Phillips was apprehended shortly after by Albertville police and immediately surrendered, stating, "I did it. I don't want no trouble." Prosecutors pursued capital murder charges under the premise of killing 2 or more persons via a single course of conduct. Because of the Brody Act, the 8-week-old fetus was legally recognized as a second victim. Phillips's defense counsel argued for a lesser sentence of life imprisonment, stating that the man had no prior criminal record and was suffering from an extreme emotional disturbance brought on by alleged verbal abuse from his wife. The prosecution countered that there was no clinical evidence of emotional distress and that domestic disputes did not justify execution-style violence. The jury rejected the defense's arguments and convicted Phillips of capital murder. During the penalty phase, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend the death penalty. Marshall County Circuit Judge Tim Riley accepted the recommendation and formally sentenced Phillips to death. Clayton Antoine Shanklin. On October 11, 2009, Shanklin orchestrated a violent home invasion robbery at the Warrior River Apartments in Cordova, Alabama, Walker County. Earlier that evening, Shanklin's girlfriend, Tracy Ward, drove him to the apartment complex so she could buy Mary Jane from her longtime friend, Michael Crompton, 21 years old. Shanklin stayed in the car during the transaction, but used the opportunity to scope out the home. Later that night, Shanklin recruited his 23-year-old cousin, Kevin Shanklin, to rob the home. The two men forced their way into the apartment with the intent to steal Mary Jane and cash. Michael Crompton was shot 4 times in the back and killed in front of his family. Shanklin also targeted Michael's 22-year-old wife, Ashley, shooting her in the leg. She later testified that one of the intruders placed a gun directly to her head and pulled the trigger 3 times, but the gun malfunctioned. The couple's 2 young children were asleep in bed during the entire violent ordeal. Following a multi-agency manhunt, Shanklin was tracked down and arrested a week later, hiding at the Royal Inn Motel in Albertville, Alabama. The jury found Shanklin guilty of 2 counts of capital murder and 1 count of attempted murder. During the penalty phase, the defense highlighted mitigating factors from Shanklin's childhood, including exposure to heavily violent family members, a neighborhood plagued by severe drug trade, and low average intelligence. Moved by the mitigation, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In 2012, the presiding circuit judge exercised Alabama's former judicial override provision. He threw out the jury's unanimous life recommendation, ruling that 5 distinct aggravating circumstances, including Shanklin's extensive prior criminal history and the heinous nature of the home invasion, vastly outweighed the mitigating factors. The judge formally sentenced Shanklin to death. Meanwhile, his co-defendant cousin, Kevin, pleaded guilty and he received a sentence of life plus 10 years. Dante Kalen. Kalen is on death row because he was convicted of 3 counts of capital murder for brutally stabbing 3 of his relatives to death and subsequently setting fire to their apartment. The triple homicide took place on October 29, 2010 in Birmingham, Alabama. The 3 family members killed were Bernice Kelly, 59 years old, Kalen's great aunt, who was stabbed 18 times, Quartz Kelly, 33 years old, Kalen's adult cousin, who suffered 23 to 33 stab wounds, and Aaliyah Budges, 12 years old. She was Kalen's young cousin, and she was stabbed between 25 to 34 times in her neck and head. On the morning of the crime, Kalen, who was just 18 years old at the time, was drinking beer with Quartz Kelly in a bedroom while Bernice and Aaliyah were asleep. For reasons he claimed he could not explain, Kalen began stabbing Quartz with a knife. When Bernice and Aaliyah woke up and confronted him, he attacked and killed them as well. To conceal the crime, Kalen used a lighter to set fire to clothing inside the apartment while the victims were still inside. First responders discovered the scene around 4 a.m. after receiving reports of a structural fire. Kalen was arrested hours later when he appeared at the UAB hospital where family members had gathered. He eventually confessed to Birmingham police investigators, stating, "It just happened so fast. I don't know why I did it." Kalen was charged with multiple variations of capital murder under Alabama law, including murdering 2 or more persons in a single course of conduct, committing murder during an arson, and murdering a child under the age of 14. In July 2013, a Jefferson County jury found Kalen guilty on all capital murder charges. During the penalty phase, the jury voted to recommend the death penalty. On September 4, 2013, Jefferson County Circuit Court Judge Laura Petro followed the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Kalen to death. The court weighed 3 severe aggravating circumstances, creating a great risk of death to many persons via arson, committing crimes that were exceptionally heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and a multi-victim scheme. Jerry Dwayne Bohannon. Bohannon is on death row because he was convicted of capital murder for shooting and beating 2 men to death in a bar parking lot. The double homicide took place on December 11, 2010, in the parking lot of the Paradise Lounge in 8 Mile, Alabama. The 2 victims were Jerry Dubois Jr., who was 24 years old, and Anthony Harvey, who was 45. Around 7:30 a.m., an early morning confrontation broke out between Bohannon and the two victims outside the lounge. Security camera footage and witness calls to emergency services captured the ensuing shootout and the brutal details of the murders. Anthony Harvey suffered a gunshot wound to his upper left chest, severe skull trauma, and a distinct shoe print on his face from being stomped. Jerry Dubois Jr. was shot multiple times in the torso, injuring his stomach, liver, and kidney. Witnesses testified that Bohannon also pistol whipped Dubois across the face with enough force to fracture his skull and dislodge his teeth. According to court records, Bohannon approached the bartender asking for methamphetamine prior to the killings. Upon being arrested, he claimed to police it should be self-defense because he owed me money. In June 2011, Bohannon was charged with 2 counts of capital murder under Alabama law, specifically for murdering 2 or more persons during one scheme or course of conduct. During his November 2013 trial, his defense team argued he acted in self-defense. The jury rejected this claim and took just 15 minutes to find him guilty on both counts of capital murder. During the penalty phase, the jury deliberated for roughly 16 minutes before voting 11-1 to recommend the death penalty. On January 9, 2014, Mobile County Circuit Court Judge Robert Smith upheld the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Bohannon to death by lethal injection. Jordan Stanley Crack. Crack is on death row because he was convicted of 3 counts of capital murder for shooting and killing 2 fast food workers during an armed robbery. The double homicide took place during the early morning hours of August 24, 2011, at a Crystal fast food restaurant on 6th Avenue in Decatur, Alabama. The 2 victims were overnight employees opening the restaurant: Jeffrey Mark Graff, 49, the night manager from Huntsville, and Jesse Jose Aguilar, 23 years old, who was a restaurant worker from Decatur. Craig and the co-defendant Cassandra Eldred were both employed at the Crystal restaurant at the time. Craig was scheduled to work the overnight shift on the night of the crime, but deliberately did not show up. Instead, he plotted with Eldred and the third accomplice, Ezekiel Golston, to rob the business. Knowing the restaurant's security habits, Craig knocked on the drive-through window to get the attention of his co-workers. Recognizing him, Graff opened a side door to let him inside. Craig and Golston then rushed into the building while Eldred waited outside in a getaway car. During the robbery, Craig shot Graff and Aguilar to death. The victims' bodies were later discovered stuffed inside the restaurant's walk-in cooler. Investigators swiftly solved the case after locating stolen restaurant cash at both Eldred's home and Craig's apartment, while Golston led police directly to the murder weapon. Craig ultimately gave a full audio and video confession to the police. He was charged with 3 statutory variations of capital murder under Alabama law: 2 counts of murder during a robbery and 1 count of murdering 2 or more persons pursuant to one scheme or course of conduct. The jury voted to give him the death penalty. Craig's co-defendants avoided the capital punishment. Ezekiel Golston was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison, while Cassandra Eldred pleaded guilty to murder and also received a life sentence. Cedric Jerome Floyd. Floyd is on death row because he was convicted of capital murder for breaking into his ex-girlfriend's home and shooting her to death execution style after she ended their relationship. The homicide occurred in Atmore, Alabama. The victim was Tina Jones, a single mother of 4 who had been in an off-and-on 2-year dating relationship with Floyd. The murder took place just after midnight on January 2, 2011. Tina Jones intended to end the abusive relationship. Hours before her death, Floyd harassed her 18-year-old daughter with sexual and threatening text messages. He also went to Jones's home earlier that weekend, prompting Jones to report the break-in to the police. Officers explicitly ordered Floyd not to return under threat of immediate arrest. Disregarding police warnings, Floyd went back to the home later that night and forcibly broke in by smashing through Jones's rear bedroom window. Jones called emergency services at 12:46 a.m. to report the break-in. Floyd shot her in the back as she tried to flee the room, then fired 2 additional execution-style shots into her. Police arrived 2 minutes after the emergency call to find her mortally wounded. Floyd fled the scene on foot but phoned emergency services shortly after to turn himself in. At the time of the offense, he was a convicted sex offender, had a prior violent felony conviction, and he was technically serving a sentence of imprisonment on probation. While awaiting his murder trial in October 2012, Floyd escaped from the Escambia County Detention Center. He triggered a multi-agency manhunt before being captured a day later in Pensacola, Florida. Floyd was charged with capital murder, specifically murder committed during the course of a first-degree burglary. In January 2014, Escambia County Circuit Court Judge Wilters followed the advisory verdict and officially sentenced Floyd to death. He continues to serve his sentence at the Holman Correctional Facility. In February 2025, a woman was arrested and hit with a $3 million bond after attempting to smuggle a package of trafficking-level drugs to Floyd inside the prison. Sherman Collins. He is on death row because he was convicted of capital murder for hire after carrying out a targeted contract killing. The murder occurred in West Alabama, and the victim was Detrick Speedy Bell, 31 years old, a local resident of Sumter County, Alabama. The shooting took place around 1:30 a.m. on June 17, 2012, at the Morning Star Community Center near Cuba, where a small-town rap concert was being held. Just after the concert ended, Bell was standing outside talking to a performer when Collins approached the group. Armed with a gun, Collins shot Bell in the head at point-blank range. The impact was so destructive that forensic pathologists initially suspected a shotgun slug had been used. Collins immediately fled the scene on foot. Investigators uncovered that Collins, a resident of New Orleans, Louisiana, had been hired by a co-defendant named Kelvin Wren. Wren harbored a multi-year grudge against Bell and agreed to pay Collins $2,000 to execute him. Collins later confessed to police that he had entered into the murder agreement and carried out the execution. He was indicted on 2 charges: capital murder for pecuniary gain and criminal conspiracy to commit murder. During the penalty phase, prosecutors argued that because Collins acted purely as a cold-blooded contract killer, there was no viable mitigation for his actions. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. On January 13, 2015, a judge followed the jury's recommendation and officially sentenced Collins to death. His co-defendant, Kelvin Wren, was convicted of murder and conspiracy, but he did not receive the death penalty. John Joseph DeBlas and Heather Val Keaton. DeBlas is on death row because he was convicted of 3 counts of capital murder for the torture, starvation, and poisoning deaths of his 2 toddlers. The victims were his biological children from a previous relationship: Natalie Alexis DeBlas, 4 years old, murdered around March 4, 2010, and Jonathan Chase DeBlas, 3 years old. He was murdered on Father's Day, June 20, 2010. The horrific abuse and murders occurred in Mobile County, Alabama. DeBlas and his common-law wife, Heather Val Keaton, subjected the children to months of severe systemic torture. Court records show the toddlers were routinely choked, starved, beaten, and bound with duct tape. Natalie was once stuffed into a suitcase with a sock forced into her mouth and locked in a closet for 12 hours. Chase was duct taped to a broom handle to force him to stand upright in a corner while the adults slept. The children were ultimately poisoned with antifreeze and choked to death. DeBlas and Keaton gagged them for hours until they died. DeBlas dumped Natalie's remains in a wooded area near Citronelle, Alabama. Months later, he disposed of Chase's body in a remote rural area near Mississippi. The children were missing for months before a multi-state investigation uncovered the crime. DeBlas penned jailhouse confession letters admitting to the killings, claiming he did it to put them out of their misery and stop Keaton's relentless abuse. During the trial, his defense team argued he was merely an accomplice manipulated by Keaton, whom they described as a controlling psychopath. DeBlas was charged with 3 statutory counts of capital murder, 2 counts because the victims were under the age of 14, and 1 count for murdering 2 or more people during a single scheme or course of conduct. Following a nearly 2-week trial in November 2014, a Mobile County jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before finding him guilty on all 3 capital counts. In the penalty phase, the jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. On January 8, 2015, Mobile County Circuit Judge Rick Stout formally sentenced the man to death by lethal injection. He remarked that the court had never encountered facts showing a more callous disregard for the sanctity of human life, and ruled that the state proved the crimes were exceptionally heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heather Val Keaton was tried separately in 2015 and also sentenced to death, making her one of the few women on Alabama's death row. Lisa Carpenter Graham. She was convicted of capital murder for hiring a hitman to brutally execute her own 21-year-old daughter. Stephanie Shea Graham was 21 years old. The murder occurred on July 5, 2007, in a remote area near Cottonton in Russell County, Alabama. Shea Graham was facing an aggravated assault charge tied to a drive-by shooting in Georgia, and her parents had posted a $100,000 bond to release her. Lisa Graham was furious with her daughter, stating to multiple neighbors that Shea was ruining her life, draining her financially through legal fees, and allegedly having an affair with her husband. Fearing that Shea would skip town and cause them to lose the $100,000 bond, Graham decided to orchestrate her execution. She approached Kenneth Kenny Walton, a longtime family friend who worked for the family's construction business, and asked him to kill Shea. Graham provided Walton with her own 9mm pistol to carry out the act. On the evening of July 5, Walton picked Shea up under the false pretense of helping her find a vehicle so she could leave town. He drove her to a dirt road off Highway 165, where he shot her 6 times, twice in the head, obliterating her right eye, and 4 times in the chest. Her partially unclothed body was found on the roadside by a passing driver. During the investigation, a neighbor came forward and testified that Graham had previously offered him $5,000 to murder Shea, which he refused, thinking she was joking, until she repeatedly insisted she wanted her daughter dead. Russell County Circuit Court Judge Jacob Walker officially sentenced Graham to death on November 18, 2015. While psychological evaluations during the proceedings revealed that Graham had an IQ of 77 and suffered from mental illness, including schizophrenia, the court ruled she was legally fit and fully understood the consequences of her actions. Kenneth Walton pleaded guilty to murder, but he testified against Graham at her trial, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Dennis Hicks. Hicks is on death row because he was convicted of capital murder for brutally beating, decapitating, and disemboweling a young man while under a previous sentence of life imprisonment. The murder took place in Mobile County, Alabama. The victim was Joshua Duncan, 23 years old, a local man who had been missing for over a month before his remains were discovered. The homicide occurred during the late night hours of September 5, 2011. Hicks and Duncan were working on a stolen utility trailer in a backyard near a mobile home when a violent fight broke out between them. According to eyewitnesses' accounts from 2 young children inside the home, Hicks severely beat Duncan, hung him from a chain on a tree in the backyard, decapitated him, and cut off his hands. Then he loaded Duncan's torso into his vehicle and fled the scene. More than a month later, Duncan's dismembered and disemboweled body was discovered dumped in a trash pile at a former Mobile Police Department firing range. The murder became a capital offense because Hicks committed the act while technically under a sentence of life imprisonment. At the time of the killing, Hicks was on parole after serving 25 years for a 1970s double murder in Wayne County, Mississippi. He was also subsequently convicted of second-degree theft of property for stealing the utility trailer they were working on. During his 2016 trial, the state's case relied heavily on statements given by the 2 young children who witnessed the backyard assault. A Mobile County jury found Hicks guilty on all counts. On direct appeal in July 2019, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the conviction but temporarily vacated the death sentence, remanding the case to the trial court to correct technical errors regarding the written evaluation of the heinous, atrocious, or cruel aggravating factor. In August 2019, a rehearing was held and the Mobile Circuit Court formally resentenced Hicks to death a second time. Justice Knight. Knight is on death row for the 2012 robbery, kidnapping, and capital murder of his friend Jarvis Dayfin. In February 2012, 21-year-old Jarvis Dayfin cashed a tax refund check totaling over $7,000. Seeking to steal the money to purchase a vintage car, Justice Knight and his co-defendant, Antoine Wingard, targeted Dayfin. While riding in a vehicle in Henry County, Alabama, Knight sat in the back seat and shot Dayfin in the back of the head. Following the shooting, Knight and Wingard drove to a remote farmland area near the Tumbleton community, dragged Dayfin's body into a wooded area near a cotton field, and covered it with debris. They stole the money, leaving only 2 quarters behind with the body. Afterward, Knight attempted to destroy evidence by purchasing fabric cleaner and dye to clean the interior of the vehicle. He then fled to Miami, Florida, where he was apprehended by the U.S. Marshals Service. A Henry County jury found Knight guilty on 3 counts of capital murder. Under the Alabama law, a single homicide can result in multiple capital counts if it occurs during other felonies. Knight was convicted of murder during a first-degree kidnapping, murder during a first-degree robbery, and murder committed with a deadly weapon while the victim was inside a vehicle. The jury voted 11-1 to recommend the death penalty, and on October 27, 2016, a judge formally sentenced Knight to death. He appealed his conviction, arguing that his rights were violated because jurors saw him in jail clothing and restraints and challenging the jury's selection process. On August 10, 2018, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals unanimously upheld his conviction and death sentence. The Alabama Supreme Court denied his subsequent petition in January 2020, and his case has since moved into further stages of capital litigation. He remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility. Thomas Robert Lane. Lane is on death row for the 2003 capital murder and drowning of his estranged wife. The victim was 26 years old Teresa Lane, a native of the Philippines who had married Thomas Lane after a mail order and online courtship. By October 2003, the couple had separated. They were actively going through a divorce, and Teresa was living at a friend's house in Mobile, Alabama. Lane was already attempting to arrange a marriage with another woman from the Philippines. On the morning of October 12, 2003, after Teresa returned home from her shift working at Walmart, Lane broke into the home. He attacked Teresa, inflicting blunt force trauma, and ultimately drowned her by forcing her into a bathtub filled with running water and pinning her down with his foot. Lane's journey through the Alabama legal system spans more than 2 decades, involving 2 separate capital murder trials due to constitutional violations. The first trial was in 2006. Lane was convicted of capital murder. The jury voted 8-4 to recommend life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. However, the trial court judge used Alabama's now abolished judicial override system to reject the jury's decision and sentence Lane to death. In 2010, there was a reversal. The Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals overturned Lane's entire conviction and death sentence. Represented by the Equal Justice Initiative, the court agreed that the original trial judge had unjustly removed Lane's chosen defense counsel prior to trial, constituting a structural violation of his Sixth Amendment rights. The second trial was in 2016. Lane was tried for the same charges in Mobile Circuit Court. He was again convicted on 2 counts of capital murder, murder during a burglary, and murder for pecuniary gain. This time, the new jury voted 11-1 to recommend death, and the court finalized the death sentence. Lane filed further appeals, but the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed his second conviction and death sentence in 2020. Also, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his petition for review in 2021. Stefan Lindsay. Lindsay is on death row for the horrific 2013 capital murder of his 21-month-old daughter. The victim was Malia Lindsay. In March 2013, the man took his daughter from their home in Gadsden, Alabama, while her mother and infant sister were sleeping upstairs. Inside the home, Lindsay held his hand over Malia's mouth to muffle her screams and brutally attacked her with a small hatchet or axe, nearly decapitating her. An autopsy later revealed that Malia died from multiple deep, sharp force injuries to her neck that completely severed her jugular vein and carotid artery. After the murder, the man stuffed the toddler's body into a tote bag, drove to a remote, garbage-strewn wooded area off Plainview Street and Block Avenue in Gadsden and discarded the remains. Malia was reported missing, and her body was recovered 6 days later, on March 12, 2013, after Lindsay led investigators to the scene. He surrendered to law enforcement and willingly gave a recorded, videotaped confession. He explicitly stated that he killed Malia because his God, Yahweh, commanded him to do so. He claimed he had to kill his daughter because she had become like an idol to him due to her beauty and because he loved her too much. Because he admitted to the killing, his defense attorneys focused entirely on a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, arguing that he suffered from severe mental illness. The prosecution countered that having extreme, fringe religious beliefs did not legally constitute insanity, pointing out that Lindsay's attempts to hide the body and lie to police for days proved he fully understood his actions were wrong. In March 2016, an Etowah County jury found Lindsay guilty of capital murder. Under Alabama law, the intentional murder of a child under the age of 14 automatically qualifies as a capital offense. The jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend the death penalty. They cited two distinct aggravating circumstances: that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that Lindsay had a prior felony conviction involving violence. In June 2016, a judge upheld the death sentence. Because it was a capital offense, Lindsay's conviction triggered an automatic appeal process. His attorneys argued that he lacked the legal capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct and that police violated his Miranda rights when they initially questioned him on his porch about his missing daughter. After two technical remands to correct structural sentencing order paperwork, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals officially upheld his conviction and death sentence in February 2020. The court rejected his mental health arguments and ruled that the initial questioning fell legally under the emergency public safety exception because authorities were desperately trying to find the missing toddler alive. In 2021, the U.S. Supreme Court formally denied Lindsay's petition to review his case. He remains incarcerated at Holman Correctional Facility on Alabama's death row, pursuing subsequent post-conviction relief. Ryan Clark Peterson. On August 9, 2012, Peterson visited a gentleman's club in the Vicksburg community of Houston County. After being ejected from the venue for bad behavior, specifically for touching a dancer, he went to his vehicle and armed himself with a Glock 9mm pistol. He returned to the venue, forced his way inside, and fired 9 rounds in a targeted act of revenge. Cameron Paul Eubanks, 20, the club owner's son, was shot 6 times and killed at the front entrance. Tiffany Paige Grissett, 31, a dancer at the club, was shot and killed. Thomas Rocky Robbins Jr., 59, a patron, was shot and killed as well, and Scotty Russell, another customer, was severely wounded, but he survived by playing dead after being shot. Peterson's capital murder trial lasted roughly 3 weeks, making it the longest trial in Houston County history. Because surveillance camera footage explicitly captured the mass shooting, the defense did not deny that Peterson pulled the trigger. Instead, they entered the plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, arguing that Peterson was a heavily intoxicated social outcast with severe emotional issues who had ceased taking his prescribed anti-anxiety medications. The jury rejected the insanity defense, deliberating for only about an hour before finding Peterson guilty on multiple counts of capital murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. Houston County Circuit Judge Brad Mannheim accepted the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Peterson to death by lethal injection. The Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals unanimously upheld his conviction and death sentence in 2019, dismissing claims that the court-appointed psychologist's evaluation was improperly used against him. The U.S. Supreme Court formally denied his petition for review in 2021. Peterson has continued to pursue post-conviction relief through state courts. He filed a Rule 32 petition claiming ineffective assistance of counsel, alleging that his original defense attorneys failed him and pointing out that the prosecution explicitly engineered the jury selection to avoid an all-women panel. Evidentiary hearings regarding these appeals were held in Houston County as recently as late 2025. Peter Capote. In early 2016, Capote was a member of a local street gang called the Almighty Imperial Gangsters operating in North Alabama. On February 28, 2016, the home of the gang's leader, Thomas Hubbard, was burglarized. Several items were stolen, including an Xbox video game console. Hubbard blamed 19-year-old Kiana Freeman for the theft and ordered the gang to execute him. On March 1, 2016, the gang members lured Freeman to the parking lot of the Spring Creek Apartments in Tuscumbia, Alabama, under the fraudulent pretense of purchasing the Xbox back from him. Freeman arrived sitting in the driver's seat of a Ford Mustang, accompanied by his 17-year-old friend Tyler Blythe. Capote and the co-defendant, Benjamin Young, approached the vehicle as the primary gunman and fired multiple rounds into the car. Freeman was mortally shot and died from his injuries, while Blythe was heavily wounded, but he managed to survive the attack. Capote was tried in the Colbert County Circuit Court, and on April 24, 2018, a jury found him guilty of one count of capital murder and one count of first-degree assault. Under Alabama law, the killing constituted capital murder because it was intentionally committed via a deadly weapon while the victim was inside an occupied vehicle. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. On May 24, 2018, a judge accepted the recommendation and formally sentenced Capote to death by lethal injection for the murder, alongside a consecutive 20-year sentence for the assault of Blythe. He remains incarcerated on Alabama's death row. Jerry Jerome Smith. Smith is on death row for the 1996 execution-style triple murder of Willie Flint Flournoy, Teresa Helms, and David Bennett over an unpaid drug debt. His case is legally unique as his capital conviction has stood for nearly 30 years, yet he has undergone 6 separate penalty phase trials due to repeated constitutional and procedural violations. In 1996, Smith, then working as a local drug dealer, went to the residence of Willie Flint Flournoy in Dothan, Alabama. Smith was there to collect a $1,500 debt that Flournoy owed him for crack cocaine. When the man stated that he did not have the money, Smith drew a modified sawed-off .22 caliber rifle and shot Flournoy to death. Smith then turned the weapon on Teresa Helms and David Bennett, who were present inside the home at the time, and shot them both to prevent any witnesses from remaining. Smith was convicted of capital murder in February 1998 under Alabama law for killing 2 or more people pursuant to a single course of conduct. While his underlying conviction of guilt has never changed, his death sentences have been systematically overturned by appellate courts. His first death sentence from 1998 was overturned by the Alabama Supreme Court because the trial court judge illegally blocked Smith's defense team from presenting necessary mitigating life history evidence to the jury. His second death sentence from 2005 was overturned because the victim's family members engaged in highly inappropriate and prejudicial contact with potential jurors during the proceedings. His third death sentence in 2012 was overturned because the prosecution unconstitutionally pushed the jury to consider an aggravating sentencing factor that did not legally exist at the time Smith committed his crime. The error was so explicit that even the Alabama Attorney General's office agreed it required reversal. His fourth death sentence in 2016 was overturned yet again by the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals due to systemic constitutional errors engineered by the prosecution. His fifth sentencing proceeding ended in a mistrial after 4 jurors refused to vote for the death penalty, resulting in a hung jury on the sentence. A major pillar of Smith's legal defense involves his intellectual capabilities. Represented by the Equal Justice Initiative, evidence was presented that Smith cannot read or write, he was placed in special education classes, and he has a recorded IQ of 67. At one stage, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals ruled him entirely ineligible for execution under the U.S. Supreme Court precedent banning the execution of intellectually disabled individuals. However, the Alabama Supreme Court reversed that finding and forced a rehearing, where a local trial judge ultimately ruled that Smith was legally competent. Following a 6th penalty trial, a judge finalized the death sentence based on a non-unanimous 10-2 jury recommendation. The Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed this sentence in September 2022, and the Superior Court denied his subsequent petition in June 2023. As of late 2025 and into 2026, the Equal Justice Initiative has petitioned the federal court to intervene, arguing that the state failed to properly appoint Smith an attorney to file timely post-conviction relief petitions. He remains incarcerated on Alabama's death row at Holman Correctional Facility. Benjamin Young. Young is on death row for his role as one of the primary gunmen in the 2016 gang-related retaliation shooting that resulted in the capital murder of 19-year-old Kiana Freeman. Because he carried out the crime alongside his co-defendant Peter Capote, his background details exactly parallel Capote's case, as they were the 2 shooters who targeted the vehicle. Young was tried in the Colbert County Circuit Court. The prosecution presented evidence showing Young's heavy involvement in planning the ambush, buying the ammo, and executing the shooting. On February 8, 2018, the jury found him guilty of capital murder, specifically murder committed via a deadly weapon while the victim was inside an occupied vehicle, first-degree assault, and shooting into an occupied vehicle. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 11-1 to recommend the death penalty. On March 13, 2018, a judge followed the jury's recommendation and formally sentenced Young to die by lethal injection for the capital murder charge, plus a consecutive 20-year prison sentence for the assault on Blythe. Michael David Belcher. Belcher is on death row for the horrific 2015 torture, kidnapping, and capital murder of 29-year-old Samantha Payne. On November 1, 2015, Belcher and four other individuals, all under the influence of crystal methamphetamine, ambushed and kidnapped Samantha Payne at a shop in Bibb County. Belcher, who acted as the ringleader of the group, subjected Payne to a brutal, hours-long physical assault. Payne was forced into the trunk of a vehicle and driven to a remote area of the Talladega National Forest in Tuscaloosa County. There, Belcher stripped her naked and bound her wrists and hands to the base of a tree using a leather belt and coaxial cable. A medical examiner later concluded that Payne was severely beaten, suffering 4 fractured ribs from crushing trauma, and she was still alive when she was tied to the tree. Belcher then murdered her by repeatedly stabbing and cutting her throat. Her nude, decapitated, and severely decomposed remains were discovered on November 9 that same year by a group of squirrel hunters. Her head had been severed and was located 14 feet away from her torso. While 5 people were implicated in the torture and slaying, Belcher was the only defendant to plead not guilty and proceed to trial. 2 of his co-defendants accepted plea agreements and testified directly against him, naming him as the primary executioner. The defense presented testimony from a psychologist showing that Belcher suffered from a mild neurocognitive disorder and impaired thinking capabilities. The Tuscaloosa County jury rejected the defense's arguments, deliberating for less than 2 hours before finding Belcher guilty of capital murder during the course of a kidnapping. In the penalty phase, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend the death penalty, explicitly finding that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel compared to other capital offenses. On April 3, 2019, Tuscaloosa County Circuit Judge Brad Almond finalized the death sentence. Donnie Abernathy. Abernathy is on death row for a violent 2015 domestic rampage in Cherokee County that resulted in the shooting deaths of 3 women and the kidnapping of his ex-girlfriend. The tragedy occurred on the morning of November 16, 2015, at a residence in the Round Mountain community near Center, Alabama. Driven by an ongoing domestic dispute, Abernathy broke into the home to forcefully abduct his ex-girlfriend, Jerica Hamilton. Armed with a gun, he opened fire on the occupants inside the home. Sylvia Sue Diouf, 71, was shot and killed. Clara Lee Edwards, 68, was also shot and killed. Pamela Colette O'Shell, 49, was shot and killed, and the male occupant was shot in the back, but he managed to survive the attack. Following the shootings, Abernathy forced Hamilton into his vehicle and fled. During the escape, he forced her to call emergency services to tell dispatchers everything was okay, threatening to kill her if she refused. Law enforcement spotted his Ford Mustang, triggering a high-speed police chase. The pursuit ended when Abernathy rammed the deputy's vehicle and crashed in the Sand Rock area, allowing officers to rescue Hamilton safely and arrest him. A grand jury indicted Abernathy on 2 counts of capital murder, 1 count for murder during a first-degree kidnapping, and 1 count for the murder of 2 or more persons pursuant to a single course of conduct. He was additionally charged with attempted murder, first-degree criminal mischief, and attempting to elude law enforcement. The man initially entered the plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. At his trial, the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence establishing that the crime was entirely premeditated. The jury rejected the insanity defense and found Abernathy guilty on all 5 criminal charges. With the agreement of the prosecution and the court, Abernathy waived his right to have the jury participate in the penalty phase, choosing instead to let the judge determine his punishment. On November 29, 2021, he was formally sentenced to death by lethal injection for both capital murder counts. He additionally received a life sentence for the attempted murder and 10 years for criminal mischief, and again 1 year for fleeing police. Christopher Henderson. Henderson is on death row for the horrific 2015 mass murder of his pregnant estranged wife, her unborn child, her mother, and 2 young children before burning down their home. The massacre occurred on August 4, 2015, at a family home in New Market, Alabama. Henderson was a bigamist who was legally married to his first wife, Rhonda Carlson, when he married his second wife, Kristen Smallwood, 35. Upon discovering the bigamy, Smallwood obtained a protection order and demanded a divorce. Out of anger, Henderson and Carlson spent weeks plotting to slaughter the family and use a gasoline container to torch the residence to eliminate evidence. While Carson waited outside, Henderson forced entry into the home and systematically executed 5 people using a combination of shooting and stabbing. Kristen Smallwood Henderson, 35, who was 9 months pregnant, was shot in the neck and stabbed multiple times. Lauren Brooke Smallwood, Kristen's full-term unborn daughter, was killed when Henderson cut the fetus directly out of the mother's womb and stabbed it multiple times. Carol Jean Smallwood was 67 and Kristen's mother. She was shot and stabbed in the eyes. Clayton Daniel Chambers was 8 years old. She was Kristen's son from a previous relationship, and he was stabbed and died from the subsequent house fire. Eli Sokolovsky was just 1 year old. He was Kristen's nephew, and he was stabbed multiple times and died of carbon monoxide poisoning from the fire. After the killings, Henderson poured gasoline and lit the house ablaze, entirely engulfing the crime scene in flames. Henderson's first wife, Rhonda Carlson, was arrested alongside him and charged with capital murder. To escape the death penalty, she accepted a plea deal to testify against Henderson, detailing how they premeditated the attack. Carlson was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Henderson's trial lasted several weeks in Madison County Circuit Court. Because multiple victim categories applied, a jury deliberated for 14 hours over 2 days before convicting Henderson on 15 separate counts of capital murder. These counts included murder during a first-degree burglary, murder during first-degree arson, the murder of 2 or more persons, the murder of children under the age of 14, and murder in violation of a protection order. The jury voted 11-1 to recommend the death penalty. On October 14, 2021, Madison County Circuit Judge Chris Comer finalized the sentence, formally condemning Henderson to death. Michael Yervolino. Yervolino is on death row for a November 2019 capital murder. The victim was Nicholas Sloan Harmon, a 20-year-old crew chief with the Alabama Air National Guard's 117 Air Refueling Wing and a student at Jefferson State Community College. Significantly, Harmon was also the son of St. Clair County's veteran district attorney, Lyle Harmon. On the night of November 5, 2019, around 11 p.m., Harmon was driving his black Mazda just off the Brompton exit of Interstate 20. Yervolino pulled up alongside the car and fired into the moving vehicle, fatally shooting Harmon. The gunshot caused Harmon to lose consciousness, and his vehicle veered off the roadway, struck a utility pole, and crashed at a Valero gas station on Kelly Creek Road in Moody, Alabama. A police officer responding to a resulting power outage discovered Harmon unresponsive inside the vehicle with a shattered window. Later that same evening, Yervolino was apprehended in possession of a stolen white truck connected to the incident. Because the victim was the son of the local district attorney, the entire St. Clair County District Attorney's Office and all local county judges had to recuse themselves. A special prosecutor from the Alabama Attorney General's office tried the case, and an outside circuit judge from Talladega County was brought in to preside. Yervolino's defense team repeatedly requested a change of venue, arguing that fair jury selection was impossible in a tight-knit community due to the intense media coverage. The trial court denied the request. Yervolino pleaded guilty to theft and breaking and entering charges regarding the stolen truck, but he maintained a not guilty plea for the homicide. On November 8, 2021, following an hour of deliberation, a jury found him guilty of 2 counts of capital murder, specifically murder committed by firing a deadly weapon into an occupied vehicle. During the penalty phase, the prosecution pointed to Yervolino's prior violent felony conviction for second-degree assault as an aggravating factor. The defense presented evidence of severe drug exposure, childhood neglect, and subsequent PTSD. The jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. On November 30, 2021, he was formally sentenced to death. Warren Terrell Hardy. Hardy was placed on death row for a violent 2016 domestic crime spree and carjacking in Huntsville that culminated in the capital murder of 72-year-old NASA retiree Kathleen Lundy. However, following a successful appeal in February 2026, his capital murder conviction and death sentence were officially overturned, and he is currently awaiting a new trial. However, let's still go over the details of his case. The case stems from a violent, multi-phase crime spree that occurred in Madison County, Alabama. On August 26, 2016, Hardy brought a handgun and a stun gun, practicing at a firing range before breaking into the apartment of his ex-girlfriend, Jessica Holtcamp. He hid in a closet and ambushed Holtcamp's stepfather, Warren Bradford, and her young daughter, Kaylin Holtcamp. He held them hostage and kidnapped them. He also shot into an occupied vehicle and committed aggravated stalking against Jessica. While fleeing from law enforcement during the ongoing spree, Hardy attempted a carjacking in Huntsville. He approached Kathleen Lundy and her husband Rusty, demanding the keys to their vehicle. During the confrontation, Hardy fatally shot Kathleen Lundy before fleeing. Hardy was tried in the Madison County Circuit Court. A jury found him guilty of capital murder during the course of a robbery, 2 counts of first-degree kidnapping, 1 count of first-degree domestic violence, and 1 count of discharging a firearm into an occupied vehicle. The jury voted 11 to 1 to recommend the death penalty for the murder of Kathleen. The trial court judge accepted this recommendation and sentenced Hardy to death. For his non-capital offenses, the judge also handed down 3 consecutive 99-year prison sentences and one 20-year sentence. Represented by the Equal Justice Initiative, Hardy filed a direct appeal challenging the fairness of his trial. On February 6 this year, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals issued an opinion completely overturning Hardy's capital murder conviction and death sentence. The appellate court ruled that the trial judge gave flawed, unconstitutional jury instructions. Specifically, the instructions erroneously allowed the jury to consider a robbery against Kathleen's husband, Rusty Lundy, an offense Hardy was never formally charged with in the indictment. The court found this structural error unfairly confused the jury and denied Hardy his constitutional right to proper notice of the charges against him. While his capital murder conviction and death sentence were entirely thrown out, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld his conviction for the underlying domestic violence, vehicle shooting, and kidnappings. He remains incarcerated under those multi-decade sentences while the state prepares to retry him on the capital murder charge in the Madison County Circuit Court. Nicholas Nolani Smith. Smith is on death row for an April 2011 kidnapping, robbery, and brutal capital murder. The victim was Kevin Thompson, a popular 24-year-old teacher at Wellborn Elementary School who resided in Jacksonville, Alabama. On April 2011, Nicholas Smith, alongside co-defendants Tyrone Thompson and Javon Gaston, targeted and ambushed Thompson at his home. The man kidnapped Kevin Thompson, forced him into the back seat of his own silver Honda Civic, and drove him around the Anniston and Jacksonville areas to various bank ATMs. Bank surveillance footage captured Smith driving the victim's car and making multiple forced transactions using Thompson's debit card, ultimately stealing $400. After draining his bank account, the man drove Thompson to a remote wooded area in Cherokee County near the Georgia border. There, Smith brutally attacked Thompson, cutting his throat and stabbing him to death with a steak knife before dumping his body. Smith then fled to Georgia, where he was eventually arrested and extradited back to Alabama to face trial. In July 2013, a Calhoun County jury found Smith guilty on 2 counts of capital murder, murder during a kidnapping and murder during a robbery. The jury initially recommended death by an 11 to 1 vote, and the circuit judge finalized the death sentence in September 2013. However, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals later overturned the death sentence. The appellate court ruled that the trial court committed a reversible constitutional error by allowing Thompson's family to directly testify to the jury that they believed Smith deserved the death penalty, a type of prejudicial victim impact statement strictly prohibited during capital sentencing phases. In March 2022, there was a second sentencing trial. While Smith's underlying guilt remained intact, a completely new jury was seated in Calhoun County Circuit Court solely to redetermine his sentence. The defense presented details of Smith's deeply troubled childhood, marked by severe drug exposure and early trauma. The prosecution countered with the overwhelming violent facts of the murder and Smith's own recorded admissions. Following less than an hour of deliberation, the new jury voted 10 to 2 to recommend the death penalty. Circuit Judge Bud Turner subsequently accepted the verdict and resentenced Smith to death. Following his resentencing, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals officially affirmed Smith's death sentence in June 2024. The Alabama Supreme Court denied his subsequent state-level petition for review in February 2025. Smith's legal team has since escalated his case to the federal level, filing active petitions for a writ of certiorari with the Supreme Court of the U.S. to review his constitutional challenges. He remains incarcerated on Alabama's death row at the Holman Correctional Facility. Jimmy Spencer. Spencer is on death row for the brutal July 2018 triple murder and robbery of two elderly women and a 7-year-old child in Guntersville. His case triggered massive public outrage, structural political reforms, and a near halt to parole grants across the state because Spencer was a violent career criminal who committed the massacre shortly after being mistakenly paroled. The murders occurred on July 13, 2018, in the Mill Village neighborhood of Guntersville, Alabama. Spencer, who was homeless, unemployed, and hunting for money to buy drugs, targeted local residents in their homes. Martha Dell Reliford, 65, was Spencer's first target. He entered her home, robbed her of roughly $600, and slaughtered her to prevent her from reporting the burglary to the police. Marie Kitchens Martin, 74, lived across the street. Spencer broke into her residence to steal more money, ultimately robbing her of a meager $13. He brutally strangled Martin to death with a dog leash. Colton Ryan Lee, 7 years old, was the woman's great-grandson, and he was present inside the home at the time. To eliminate any potential eyewitnesses, Spencer attacked the child, striking him in the head with a hammer 16 or 17 times. Spencer's history transformed his case into a landmark political scandal in Alabama. He was a violent habitual offender who had previously received two separate life in prison sentences, one in 1989 for burglary and another one in 1993 after escaping from custody. Despite his extensive criminal history, the Alabama Department of Corrections mistakenly classified him as a nonviolent offender, allowing the Alabama Board of Pardons and Paroles to release him on parole in early 2018. A month before the triple murder, he was arrested for drug paraphernalia and fleeing police, but his parole was never revoked. Following the murders, the state of Alabama paid a maximum statutory settlement of $1 million to the victims' families, and the Alabama legislature heavily overhauled the parole board, causing parole approval rates in the state to plummet drastically. Spencer was tried in the Marshall County Circuit Court. The defense raised questions regarding his mental competency, presenting an expert evaluation stating his IQ was 56. However, the court ruled him fit for trial. The prosecution presented an audio-recorded confession where Spencer explicitly detailed how and why he slaughtered the two women and the young boy. The jury deliberated for just 25 minutes before finding him guilty on 7 distinct counts of capital murder. They also deliberated for an additional 30 minutes before returning a unanimous 12-0 recommendation for the death penalty. On November 14, 2022, Marshall County Circuit Judge Tim Riley finalized the death sentence. Addressing Spencer directly, Judge Riley stated, "If there ever was a reason for the death penalty to exist, you are it." Spencer filed a direct appeal challenging his mental capacity and the admissibility of his confessions. On December 20, 2024, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals rejected his appeal and affirmed the death sentence. The Alabama Supreme Court officially denied his subsequent petition for review on September 19, 2025. In January of this year, Spencer's legal representation elevated his constitutional challenges to the Supreme Court of the U.S. Concurrently, a state-level Rule 32 post-conviction petition remains pending in local courts. Tapero Carleone Johnson. Johnson is on death row for the June 2020 ambush and capital murder of a 50-year-old Moody police lieutenant. The victim was Lieutenant Stephen Williams, posthumously promoted from sergeant, a 23-year veteran of law enforcement and the 2019 Moody Police Officer of the Year. On the night of June 2, 2020, Lieutenant Williams responded to a call regarding a domestic disturbance at a Super 8 motel on Moody Parkway. When Williams arrived at the designated room and knocked on the door, Johnson immediately ambushed him from inside the room. He unleashed a massive barrage of gunfire, firing 43 rounds through the wall and door using 4 different weapons. Lieutenant Williams was struck in the face and body. He was rushed to UAB hospital where he was pronounced dead. Johnson and his female accomplice then engaged in a lengthy standoff with arriving backup officers before being taken into custody. Johnson's co-defendant, Marquisha Tyson, was also initially charged with capital murder. However, in February 2024, she agreed to a plea deal, pleading guilty to a reduced charge of intentional murder and receiving a sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole in exchange for acknowledging her role in helping Johnson plan the murder. Johnson was tried in the St. Clair County Circuit Court. During the 2-week trial, Johnson claimed self-defense, but the jury rejected this assertion. On October 27, 2023, the jury found him guilty of capital murder. Under Alabama law, the intentional killing of a police officer who is actively on duty automatically constitutes a capital offense. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty, explicitly noting that Johnson's actions knowingly created a massive risk of death to many people in the motel. On November 15, 2023, a judge finalized the sentence, formally condemning Johnson to death. Johnson did file a direct appeal challenging his conviction and sentence. On December 19, 2025, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals issued an opinion unanimously affirming his capital conviction and death sentence, establishing that all legal protocols during the trial were strictly and properly followed. Stephen Richard Mulkey. Mulkey is on death row for the brutal September 2018 hammer beatings and murders of two elderly motel owners. The victims were Ching Cao, 77, and his wife Sumei Cao, 76, the longtime owners and operators of the Siesta Motel on Crestwood Boulevard in Irondale, Alabama. Mulkey had been hired by the elderly couple to work as a maintenance man and handyman at the motel. On September 16, 2018, Mulkey attacked the couple inside the motel's front office. Motel closed-circuit television cameras captured footage of Mulkey entering the office, where he relentlessly beat both victims with a hammer. He also slit the throat of one of the victims during the assault. Following the murders, Mulkey stole the motel's safe and one of the cow's vehicles, a beige Chevrolet Impala, to flee the state. He drove to a remote wooded area off Rex Lake Road where he dumped their bodies and covered them with debris. After a multi-state manhunt, the U.S. Marshals Service apprehended Mulkey at a hotel in Staunton, Virginia. Pausing this for a second, just to let you know that in case you are hearing any strange noises, those are coming from some birds outside my window and my kitten who is constantly talking to the birds. I apologize, and let's go back to the case. During his week-long trial in the Jefferson County Circuit Court, Mulkey did not deny executing the physical assaults. Instead, his defense team relied on a plea of temporary insanity, arguing that severe mental illness and a drug-induced psychosis caused him to lose control. Mulkey testified on his own behalf, claiming that his body just took over during the incident. The jury rejected the insanity defense, deliberating for only 35 minutes before finding Mulkey guilty of capital murder of two or more persons under a single course of conduct. Because the prosecution could not conclusively prove specific elements of technical theft timelines, he was acquitted of separate capital counts of murder during a robbery or burglary. On April 26, 2023, the jury voted unanimously 12-0 to recommend the death penalty. Jefferson County Circuit Judge Alaric May accepted the unanimous recommendation and formally sentenced Mulkey to death by lethal injection. The man remains incarcerated on Alabama's death row at the Holman Correctional Facility while pursuing his constitutional federal habeas corpus reviews. Jason Michael Osborne. Osborne is on death row for the October 2018 hit-and-run capital murder and robbery of 42-year-old Ricardo Dwayne Brown. On October 28, 2018, Decatur police officers responded to a report of a possible hit-and-run at 407 12th Avenue in Decatur, Alabama. They discovered the victim, Ricardo Dwayne Brown, lying in the roadway unconscious and bleeding heavily from his head. Brown was rushed to the hospital where he subsequently died from his injuries. The case initially stalled as a regular hit-and-run, but subsequent tips led the police detectives to open a deeper investigation. They took the rare step of exhuming Brown's body to conduct a comprehensive forensic autopsy. Investigators interviewed multiple witnesses and established that Osborne had targeted Brown, robbed him of an undisclosed amount of money and illegal narcotics, and then intentionally struck him with his vehicle before fleeing the scene. Osborne was initially arrested on murder and first-degree robbery warrants in September 2019 while already in custody on unrelated charges. On December 19, 2019, a grand jury formally returned an indictment upgrading his charges to capital murder, murder during a robbery. His murder trial began on February 6, 2023. The prosecution presented testimony from eyewitnesses alongside forensic data compiled by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences. On February 14, 2023, the jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Osborne guilty of capital murder. During the penalty phase on February 15, the jury deliberated for another hour before voting 10 to 2 to recommend the death penalty. Under Alabama law, a minimum of 10 juror votes is required to recommend a death sentence. That same afternoon, a jury accepted the recommendation and formally sentenced Osborne to death. In March 2023, Osborne's legal defense team filed a formal motion seeking a new trial or a judgment of acquittal. The appeal cited 49 separate procedural reasons, asserting that the verdict contradicted the evidence, that the state mischaracterized discovery items, and that the court was wrong by finding Osborne mentally competent to stand trial instead of offering the jury an insanity defense option. The local circuit court denied the motion for a new trial. Osborne's case has since progressed into the automatic state appellate review tier via the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals, and he remains incarcerated on death row. Legeromeni Leites Brown. Brown is on death row for the 2019 capital murder and shooting of a Huntsville police officer and drug task force agent. The victim was Billy Cleardy III, a highly decorated 40-year-old officer with the Huntsville Police Department and an undercover agent with the Strategic Counter-Drug Team. On December 6, 2019, Brown, a resident of Chattanooga, Tennessee, traveled to Huntsville to execute an illicit transaction involving 100 pounds of Mary Jane. Unbeknownst to him, the deal was a sting set up by local drug task force agents at an abandoned residence on Laverne Street in North Huntsville. As Officer Cleardy moved in from a concealed position inside the house to take Brown into custody, the man drew a firearm and shot him. Cleardy was wearing a bulletproof vest, but the shot struck him in an unprotected area, causing fatal wounds. Brown fled the scene immediately, but he was apprehended by surrounding task force officers following a brief foot chase roughly 1 block away. Brown was tried in the Madison County Circuit Court. While he admitted to shooting Cleardy, his defense team fiercely contested the elements of intent, arguing for lesser charges of felony murder or manslaughter. Following 3 days of deliberation, the jury rejected these arguments and found the man guilty of capital murder. Under Alabama law, the intentional killing of a law enforcement officer on duty automatically constitutes a capital offense. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 10 to 2 to recommend the death penalty. On January 12, 2024, a judge finalized the sentence, formally condemning Brown to death. Because a death sentence triggers an automatic appeal process in Alabama, Brown's case transitioned to the appellate courts, with attorneys from the Equal Justice Initiative stepping in to provide representation. Court documents filed in late 2025 outline Brown's active appeal before the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals. His defense team asserts that the trial was fundamentally unfair, claiming that Brown was unconstitutionally blocked from presenting a self-defense argument, that his trial counsel committed critical errors, and that post-trial evidence exists that could alter the outcome. Michael Colin Mitchell. Mitchell is on death row for the horrific 2019 execution-style capital murder of his estranged partner, 28-year-old Lavon McCreary, and her unborn child inside the supermarket. The tragedy occurred on the evening of December 2, 2019, inside the Pick and Save grocery store on Highway 31 in Evergreen, Alabama. The victim, Lavon McCreary, was a 28-year-old mother who was 9 months pregnant and just weeks away from her due date. Family members later stated that McCreary was terrified of Mitchell, who was the father of her children. While McCreary was shopping, Mitchell cornered her in the supermarket aisle. He drew a handgun and opened fire, fatally shooting the woman directly in front of their 2 young children, a 4-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter, who watched her die. The gunshot wounds instantly killed McCreary and terminated the life of her full-term unborn child, who was expected to be delivered the following week. After the shooting, Mitchell fled the scene, but he was apprehended by law enforcement after an intense investigation. He was arrested shortly after and held without bond. He was formally indicted on 3 counts of capital murder. Under Alabama law, capital murder applies when two or more people are killed in a single course of conduct, when a child under 14 is murdered, and when an unborn child is intentionally killed through an act of violence against the mother. The case faced significant pretrial delays, taking nearly 5 years to reach a jury. Mitchell entered a plea of not guilty. His trial took place in June 2024, and the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including eyewitness accounts and closed-circuit security video showing the moments leading up to the grocery store ambush. On June 11, 2024, the jury found Mitchell guilty on all three capital murder counts. During the penalty phase on June 12, 2024, they voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. The county district attorney Todd Watson publicly commended the jury's decision, emphasizing the depravity of murdering a mother and her unborn infant in front of minor children. On June 25, 2024, a judge officially condemned Mitchell to death. Marco Antonio Perez. Perez is on death row for the January 2019 capital murder and shooting of a mobile police officer. At 24 years old, his formal sentencing made him the youngest individual on Alabama's death row. The victim was Sean Tudor, a 31-year-old officer with the Mobile Police Department's gang unit and a member of the Alabama National Guard. On January 20, 2019, Officer Tudor was working undercover in civilian clothes to locate Perez, a 19-year-old probationer wanted on federal warrants for car thefts, drug ring involvement, and stealing a gun. Tudor followed the tip to the Peach Place Inn apartment complex of Leroy Stevens Road in Mobile. When the officer confronted Perez to execute the arrest warrant, a physical scuffle ensued. During that struggle, Perez drew a stolen gun and shot Officer Tudor 3 times, killing him. To evade prior prosecution, investigators revealed that Perez, with help from his mother, had gone so far as to previously fake his own kidnapping. Perez originally faced separate federal charges linked to the shooting. A federal jury acquitted him of obstructing justice by killing a witness, but convicted him of possessing a stolen gun and receiving a gun while under indictment. He was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison for those weapons violations. His state-level capital murder trial lasted over a month in Mobile County Circuit Court. The defense team actively argued for immunity under Alabama's Stand Your Ground law, asserting that because Officer Tudor was in plain clothes, Perez did not recognize him as law enforcement and acted in self-defense against a perceived threat. The prosecution successfully counteracted this by upgrading the indictment to establish that the intentional killing of a non-duty officer constitutes capital murder, regardless of whether the perpetrator explicitly knew the victim's identity. The court denied Perez immunity, and on February 8, 2024, the jury found him guilty of capital murder. During the penalty phase, the jury unanimously found that the murder was committed to avoid a lawful arrest or escape custody. They also voted 11-1 to recommend the death penalty, and Mobile County Circuit Court finalized his execution sentence on February 9, 2024. Jeremy Tremaine Williams. Williams is on death row for a horrific December 2021 kidnapping, essay, and capital murder. His case is widely regarded as one of the most depraved and shocking crimes in modern Alabama history. The victim was Cameron Holland, an innocent 5-year-old girl. In December 2021, Williams paid the child's mother, Christy Marie Sipple, between $1,300 to $2,500 to human sex traffic her daughter to him. The mother reported the child missing from her home to deflect suspicion, prompting an immediate regional search. Later that day, investigators discovered Cameron's body wrapped in a sheet inside the basement of a vacant home in Phoenix City, Alabama, with a rope around her neck. Williams had kidnapped the young girl, brought her to the location, and subjected her to a rageful and sexually driven assault. Williams fatally strangled Cameron over a prolonged 10 to 15-minute struggle and used his cell phone to record video evidence of himself essaying her both before and after her death. Cameron's mother, Christy Sipple, was arrested shortly after the murder. In March 2024, she avoided a potential capital conviction by pleading guilty to first-degree human sex trafficking. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In March 2024, Williams gave a comprehensive, multi-hour confession to jail officials, stating he wanted to get right with God. He attempted to plead guilty to all charges to expedite the process. However, because Alabama law requires a jury to determine formal guilt in capital death penalty cases, he still had to stand trial. Following a 3-day trial where jurors were forced to view his gruesome cell phone recordings, a Russell County jury found him guilty on all counts. On April 15, 2024, Circuit Judge David Johnson handed Williams 4 separate death sentences for his capital murder convictions, specifically murder of a child under 14, murder during a kidnapping, murder during essay, and murder during first-degree sodomy. He additionally received multiple life sentences for human trafficking and producing child pornography. Unlike most death row inmates who fight their convictions through decades of appeals, Williams is a legal volunteer who actively desires capital punishment. He prohibited his defense attorneys from presenting any mitigating evidence during his trial that could have spared his life. Williams has written consecutive formal letters to the Alabama Attorney General's office and Governor Kay Ivey requesting to completely waive all remaining state and federal appeals. He is demanding that the state bypass the standard post-conviction litigation timeline and establish a speedy execution date. That's good. He needs to go. Derek Hightower. Hightower is on death row for the April 2020 home invasion and capital murders of Willie and Barbara Tidwell, which was part of a terrifying 2-day statewide killing spree that left 4 people dead. Between April 17 and April 18, 2020, Hightower, a resident of Columbus, Georgia, embarked on a brutal multi-city crime spree across Alabama. Nancy Nash was 54. On the morning of April 17, 2020, Nash was shot multiple times and killed when she interrupted an attempted burglary at a landscaping facility in Auburn. Hightower and an accomplice stole her black Nissan Frontier pickup truck. Willie Tidwell was 61 and Barbara Tidwell was 65. Driving Nash's stolen truck, Hightower traveled roughly 30 miles to a home in Dadeville, Tallapoosa County. He broke into the residence to steal prescription medications and 2 guns. During the home invasion, Hightower shot and killed a couple who had been married for 20 years. Antion Harris was 36. Fleeing to Birmingham, Jefferson County, Hightower broke into a home, shot and killed Harris, and stole his vehicle. On the night of April 18, 2020, Birmingham police spotted the vehicle stolen from Nash's murder scene. When officers attempted a traffic stop, a high-speed chase and shootout ensued. Hightower shot at a police sergeant, was wounded by return police gunfire, and was taken into custody. Because his crimes crossed multiple county jurisdictions, Hightower faced separate legal proceedings in different Alabama circuit courts. For his August 2023 Jefferson County conviction, Hightower pleaded guilty to capital murder for the killing of Antion Harris and attempted assault for shooting at the Birmingham police officer. He issued a formal apology to the family and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole plus 20 consecutive years. In December 2024, a Tallapoosa County jury found Hightower guilty on 4 distinct counts of capital murder, including murder during a robbery, murder during a burglary, and the murder of 2 or more people in a single scheme. This was for the deaths of the Tidwells. On January 2, 2025, following a brief 15-minute deliberation, the jury voted 10-2 to recommend the death penalty. A judge finalized the verdict immediately, formally sentencing Hightower to death by lethal injection. This marked the first death sentence handed down in Tallapoosa County in 29 years. Hightower was transferred to the Lee County Jail to face outstanding capital murder and burglary charges for the initial killing of Nancy Nash. His co-defendant, Kentress Hill, was also indicted on capital murder charges for her role in the spree. The circuit courts have not yet finalized the formal trial dates for either of her capital murder cases. DeMarcus Taekwon Chandler. Chandler is on death row for orchestrating a calculated 2020 murder for hire plot from behind bars. The victim was Raven Swain, a 24-year-old woman described by her family as a bright light in their lives. In July 2020, Chandler was serving time at the West Jefferson Correctional Facility for parole violations related to previous convictions. Operating through a contraband cell phone from his prison cell, Chandler orchestrated a toxic scheme to have Swain killed because he believed she had ripped him off financially while he was incarcerated. Chandler hired an outside accomplice, 28-year-old Solomon Minity, to carry out the execution. On Tuesday, July 28, 2020, Chandler texted Minity play-to-play updates while simultaneously speaking with Swain on the phone, telling Minity exactly when she pulled up to Underwood Park in Birmingham. Minety ambushed Swain at the park, shooting and killing her inside her vehicle. Minutes after the murder, Minety texted Chandler asking for his payment, while Chandler immediately made Facebook posts and calls to Swain's family feigning shock and offering condolences to deflect suspicion. Chandler's trial lasted 8 days in the Jefferson County Circuit Court. Prosecutors presented overwhelming digital evidence, including text logs showing the explicit timing of the hit. On April 15, 2025, the jury found the man guilty of capital murder. Under Alabama law, a murder for hire scheme automatically elevates a homicide to a capital offense. During the penalty phase, defense attorneys presented testimony from psychologists highlighting Chandler's deeply troubled childhood and the potential traumatic brain injury from a teenage gunshot wound. The jury rejected these mitigating circumstances, deliberating for just 15 minutes before returning a tentative recommendation for the death penalty. Jefferson County Circuit Judge Michael Streety finalized the sentence, formally condemning Chandler to death. The alleged gunman hired by Chandler, Solomon Minety III, was also charged with capital murder and awaits his own separate trial. Chandler's criminal record has continued to expand while on death row. In September 2025, a Jefferson County grand jury indicted Chandler and an outside accomplice, Justin Jamond Hendricks, for conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. According to state prosecutors, Chandler used another contraband cell phone to order a retaliatory hit on an Alabama Department of Corrections lieutenant. This lieutenant was targeted because he was the specific officer who had searched Chandler's prison cell and uncovered the original hidden phone used to arrange Raven Swain's murder. Hendricks allegedly fired multiple rounds into the lieutenant's Birmingham residence and SUV in August 2024. Luckily, no one was home at the time of the shooting. Chandler remains incarcerated on Alabama's death row at the Holman Correctional Facility, with his capital murder conviction transitioning into the automatic state appellate review tier. Daniel Barker Watson. Watson is on death row for a violent March 2023 multi-county shooting spree that resulted in the deaths of 4 people. Because his crimes spanned 2 separate judicial jurisdictions, he has faced trials in both Jefferson County and St. Clair County, receiving a death sentence from the former and consecutive capital convictions in the latter. On the night of March 13, 2023, Watson went on a highly lethal multi-city rampage driven by what prosecutors characterized as cold premeditation and the defense attributed to a drug-fueled rage. The Birmingham murders. Watson first entered the home in the Southeast Lake neighborhood of Birmingham, which belonged to his grandmother. Inside, he shot Tiffany Michelle Hernandez and Jason Joseph Brown, both 40, directly in the head. The Ragland murders. Roughly 45 minutes after the first shootings, Watson drove to the rural community of Ragland. He opened fire on 2 more individuals, killing Amber Manning, 37, and Timothy Davidson, 62. Manning died at the scene, while Davidson later succumbed to his wounds at a hospital. The next morning, just before 6 a.m., Watson approached the Leeds Police Department officer and abruptly confessed to the rampage. He provided body camera confessions to investigators and explicitly directed officers to the exact locations of the victims' bodies. His first trial focused exclusively on the Birmingham deaths of Hernandez and Brown. The defense argued that Watson's intent was obscured by severe intoxication, but the jury rejected this, taking just an hour to convict him of capital murder. On September 15, 2025, following an 11-1 jury recommendation for execution, Watson was formally sentenced to death. After his initial condemnation, Watson was moved to St. Clair County to face charges for the Ragland slayings. On March 16, 2026, a second jury found him guilty on 3 additional counts of capital murder, including murder of 2 or more persons under a single scheme. Watson's formal sentencing phase for his second set of capital convictions took place on April 29, 2026. The jury returned an 8-4 vote recommending a life sentence without parole rather than the death penalty. He remains incarcerated within the Alabama Department of Corrections under his initial death sentence, while his defense team navigates the mandatory automatic appellate review track triggered by his capital executions. Jesse Patrick McClure. McClure is on death row for a violent January 2021 home invasion and double homicide in Mobile that resulted in the deaths of 2 men and a family pet. On the morning of January 3, 2021, McClure forced his way into a residence located in the 2000 block of Hyde Street in Mobile, Alabama. Once inside, he opened fire on the occupants in a brutal, targeted assault. Shane Delaney was 30, and he was shot multiple times and killed in the kitchen. George Snyder, 45, was shot and killed on the living room floor. Kerry Mahoney, another occupant, was shot in the neck but miraculously survived the attack. Mahoney's dog was also intentionally shot by McClure and died from its injuries. The man fled the scene, but he was located and arrested by the Mobile Police Department on January 6, 2021. McClure's capital trial began on September 9, 2025, and lasted roughly 3 weeks. Because there were no eyewitnesses who could explicitly identify him as the gunman, his defense team argued that investigators had cut corners. However, Mobile County prosecutors dismantled this defense by presenting a mountain of forensic evidence, including the man's DNA and fingerprints matching a stolen firearm used in the slayings. Following less than 2 hours of deliberation, the Mobile County jury found the man guilty on all counts. His convictions included capital murder of two or more persons, capital murder during a burglary, attempted murder, and aggravated cruelty to animals. During the penalty phase, Mobile County District Attorney Keith Blackwood argued that the sheer magnitude and cruelty of the crimes warranted the ultimate punishment. On September 30, 2025, the jury returned an 11-1 vote recommending the death penalty. Circuit Court judge formally finalized the death sentence on Monday, October 6, 2025. Some life decisions absolutely warrant the death penalty, and these guys got what they deserved. Let me know what you think, and please hit that subscribe button if you like my channel. See you next time. Bye bye.